I can kill this. Okay, that works.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this evening's regular board meeting of supervisors. Today is Wednesday, June 3rd, and if you are able, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please. Scarlett?
Scarlett Cantley.
Burgess Hanson.
Laura Donlin.
Jay Foy.
Betty Argue.
Patricia Farrell.
Elizabeth Agamando.
Richard Vassalotti.
Michael Johnson.
Mary Viator.
Frank Phelan.
Francis Penton.
Rob Robinson, Kenny Lawrence, Jeff Sisolak,
Raquel McIntosh.
David Kaplipski.
Miriam Heiser.
Through the chair. We also have Daniel Ray with Stormwater J on, Mary McNicholas is also on, and Rebecca Stewart.
Hi, everybody. Okay, wonderful. Welcome, everyone. Just want to remind you, please silence your cell phones. And thank you for being here for our board meeting. We appreciate the public participation. So we're going to get right to it. Welcoming remarks, Michael?
Welcome, everybody. If anybody hasn't already seen it, there's a truck full of sweet corn out there. Please help yourself.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. How is everybody this evening? Nice to see some faces out there. Look forward to hearing about our audit. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Michael, for the treat, the sweet corn team. And thank you everyone for coming out.
All right, let's get right to it. Agenda approval. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Make the motion. Accept it.
Okay.
Don't see a way to do
I have a question.
it.
Okay.
At the last meeting, I had, the last regular meeting, I guess, I had requested that we have the check and signing authority on the agenda, and it's not on here, and I also haven't received the legal opinion I requested. So I'm bringing it up again for the public record, and if I need to go through all of that, I certainly will. But I think that this needs to be addressed. So it's not on the agenda tonight. If staff's not prepared to talk about it tonight, then I respectfully request that it be on the June 22nd agenda.
Okay. Harry, will you be ready for that?
Yes, and I can report verbally on that tonight. Absolutely.
Okay.
We've been doing actually coordination with staff and the auditors, and I'd be happy to report to that.
Okay,
That would be for everybody to have it.
okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion, Patty, do you wanna?
Through the
go
chair,
right now?
Sorry.
there is a typo on the agenda. Item 6.1, it's supposed to be 2025 and not 2026.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll make the motion with the correction to 6.1, making it 25 instead of 26.
Did we need to do that? Scarlett, do you need to adjust that on here?
I'm doing that right now.
Okay. Do we have a second? We have a second. All in favor? It's the security guard talking outside. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, he probably doesn't because he's usually outside when we talk about that. Okay. Betty? Oh. Exactly. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, on to presentations. We have a presentation this evening of our district financial statement for year end September 30th, 2025 by David Kaplivsky of Grau and Associates. And I'll turn it over to you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for
choosing us to be the independent auditors of the district's financial statements. I'm with Grau and Associates. I'm a partner at Grau and Associates. And we were scoped with auditing the fiscal year 2025 financial statements, the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025. I'm happy to report that the opinion on those financial statements is a clean opinion, which is the best opinion we can give. Regarding some financial highlights, the district's net position increased about 3.2 million. And the special revenue fund ended with a healthy fund balance at the end of the year. We are also required to report on internal controls over financial reporting and compliance as it relates to the audit of the financial statements. And I'm happy to report there was no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in regards to those internal controls. We also did have one management letter item, which is a budget presentation item. And overall, I'd like to thank the district staff and the Board of Supervisors for providing all the information that we were required to do our jobs. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question for legal, Mary.
Yes.
Do we need to ratify that lease?
I'm
We,
sorry.
we talked about that for the lease.
I'm sorry, you come a blank, which is,
The lease that was not budgeted.
oh, well, that.
Initially.
I'm gonna defer because I didn't have any word of that directly only from comments from you. Maybe we might check with, Raquel. If we
Okay,
need to be doing that. That's for this particular year though, correct? Or was it for the last fiscal year?
this was for last year.
Okay, I believe you're
So-
referring to the budget finding that I mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
Thank
Do we
you. So
need,
that-
does the board need to do anything with
No,
that is
no,
what my question
No, that
is?
is strictly a recommendation for the future.
For future.
Just
Okay.
to make sure that the budget is presented with the capital outlays. There was no cash overspending. That was not a cash item.
Right,
So that's just a future item. And in particular, that particular lease, those were approved by the board at I believe it was the May 21st, 2025 meeting. So there was no problem with the approval process. It was a budget presentation issue.
very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Michael, your lights on? Okay.
I have a question. This year, David, we had a late phone call, just in the past couple of days, and I appreciate you responding as quickly as you did. However, I'm curious, did you meet with all of the board supervisors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, just in the past, our meetings with the auditor is usually at the beginning of the audit, not at the end. And so I think that, we need to make sure that you're meeting with the board members at the beginning of the audit, that's scheduled, so that we're not scrambling and trying to catch up.
Yes, thank you very much. I do
Thank you.
appreciate that. Mhm. I will ensure that happens too.
Thank you.
One second. I'm perusing, because when we did speak, I did mention about showing in the notes about, because there was an issue with money that was held onto from last year and we were rolling it over. So it kind of looked like we were over and you just said we had to notate it in. And we had discussed putting a note.
I think what you're talking about, so what I understood in our conversation was the wording of the finding, making sure that it was clear that was not it was not a cash overspend.
Correct.
And so that change did happen, and I made it clear in the wording of the finding that it was a lease presentation issue, just the future lease being presented in the
In
current year.
upfront.
In according with the
Okay.
accounting
Yeah.
principles, that's correct.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that was,
Yes, ma'am.
I was like trying to peruse very quickly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We appreciate your work and we look forward to another excellent year.
Thank you. I appreciate it too. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. All right, so we need a motion to receive and file the district financial statement year ending September 30th, 2026, please. We have a motion. Do we have a second? And we have a second. So presentations, all in favor, please call the vote.
I just corrected that typo.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Fire rescue update. Do we have Chief Famaro up? We have somebody else, right on cue. As I was looking for Chief Famaro, I presume you are here to speak?
Yes.
Okay, take the podium, please.
Good evening.
Your timing was
Good evening.
impeccable.
Good evening. My name is Ed Harvey. I'm sitting here for Chief Romero. She was unable to make it today. She was told me just come here and answer any questions regarding anything with fire rescue. Any questions regarding fire rescue and the services or calls that was ran?
Anybody
No
have any
questions.
questions, Michael? Rich.
How are you?
How you doing?
Great to see you.
Uh,
So no stats or anything this month? Obviously,
No.
this was. happened
Yeah,
pretty
she didn't-
quick. Oh, is that where we're going?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
no worries then.
Okay.
So you're.
I just
you're
have a
also
seat.
look-
All right.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, moving right on. Supervisor business, Michael?
No, nothing. Had the water task force meeting last week. It was relatively quick. PFAS updates and C-51 updates from the county. So it's still a ways away from really anything. Which I did voice their concern still of it being a raised levee above our residents for water storage versus a kind of an open area grasslands like Corbett and stuff like that, but they didn't have an answer or a rebuttal, so I'll keep going. That's it.
All right. So as we've talked about in the recent past, I'm on the county's countywide transportation master plan. And I want to give everybody just a little brief update of what this is. And so basically, this is all of Palm Beach County, 39 municipalities, unincorporated areas. And there's a lot of abbreviations here, so bear with me. So part of these committees is like, one is called the MICFEC, and that stands for the Multi-Jurisdictional Issues Coordination Forum Executive Committee. That is one committee, and that provides policy level guidance and coordination among the various jurisdictions participating in this. Then you have IPARC, and that's the Intergovernmental Plan Advisory Review Committee, which is sometimes referred to as the CMTP, which is the Countywide Transportation Master Plan, or IPARC 2.0. And then that is a technical and advisory group made up of local government representatives and stakeholders who review transportation planning issues and help develop recommendations. I am on the issues forum, and the issues forum is elected officials and decision makers who discuss the broader policy implications. So for whatever reason, there's been numerous canceled meetings. I was on one Zoom meeting and nothing really pertained to anything that was pertinent out here and stuff like that. But in this planning process, with the issues forum it's essentially a countywide discussion group. Like I said, that's the elected officials, senior representatives from the county, municipalities, transportation agencies. And the main purpose of it is to identify and discuss major transportation issues that cross jurisdictional boundaries, which are, problems that no single city can solve on their own. So certain topics of the issues forum, though, that might address would be like major east, west, and north-south congestion corridors, transit expansion such as Palm Tran or Tri-Rail, regional roadway priorities, funding strategies, coordination between Palm Beach County and 39 municipalities, bicycle and pedestrian connections, maybe even horse trails could be in it. So one of the issues for him is that Palm Beach County understands that transportation problems don't stop at city limits, and a road project in the acreage or another unincorporated area of Palm Beach County, can affect everybody. So they needed a formal venue where leaders could discuss those shared issues before recommendations reach the Board of County Commissioners. So this Friday coming up, there's a meeting. It has not been canceled, so I'm looking forward to it, see what's discussed. I know there's been some talk about 140th. Want to hear what they have to say about that. If you know me, you guys know that I was on the TPA, the Transportation Planning Agency, for 3 years, which is now called the MPO. I was a huge advocate for State Road 7's completion, which is vital for us out here. And we'll see what happens Friday, and then I'll bring it back and hear what you guys have to say about it. Our roads are very important out here. We know what's all around us. We know what's been developed inside of us. And it's imperative, as a district that only pays for our roads with our district tax dollars, it's important that this is brought up, that people understand this, and whether they do or they don't, we're going to make sure that that happens. And I'll follow up with you once I get some more information and see how we're going with this.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, the letter did go out requesting the countywide transportation master plan, the corporation that's doing this plan, that they would have one here in the acreage for us, whether it be at the library or we offered this room. So that letter did go out as we all decided and agreed to send it. And I'm sure you know, Rich, that it's always been the position that 140th is not for sale, so to speak, for everybody else. So letting them know that how we tax, because they're not aware of that, right? So that's really important that you stress that so they understand. But thank you.
And Mr. Hanson, we do have somebody from staff that's on the technical committee from the district, right?
Yes, Mr. Daniel Ray.
Daniel Ray,
And
okay,
he
yes.
they have not been canceling theirs, and he's been
Yes.
in attendance at, I think, all of them.
It might be a problem getting a lot of elected officials together that I don't know. I don't know why some of these meetings have been canceled, but Friday's a go, so we'll see what happens. And we got a 4-way stop happening, right? That's tomorrow. You want to talk about it? Yeah. So that's fantastic. Thank you. That's fantastic. Tomorrow, right? Tomorrow it's put up the advisory that there's going to be a traffic change has happened. So Mandarin and Hamlin just became a whole lot safer if people follow the law. Stop, look left, look right, look left. It's really that simple. So now there's no excuse of somebody, at a 2-way intersection, for that intersection, that blows a stop sign and hits somebody who has the right of way. That's solved there if you follow the law. So we're going to be getting the other 4 up, and then we're going to be pushing for more. And that's it. Thank you.
So on the feedback that you're giving at the issues forum, it's not just focused on 140th, right? Because we're also opposed to the extension of Okeechobee. And we've supported 60th. And the extension of Seminole Pratt Whitney. And then in addition to that, we have always argued that the so-called improvements on Coconut should not be made until State Road 7 goes to North Lake.
And I've said that many times.
Okay.
Yes.
And then in addition to that, we've requested in the past, when we worked with the county, we were trying to, and it's in our mobility plan, we were trying to discuss sort of what improvements should be on Coconut Boulevard and Orange Boulevard when they eventually do those improvements for the safety and also for the aesthetic value and property values, because if you look at Royal Palm Beach Boulevard, it's 5 lanes, no median, no trees, curb and sidewalk right up to it, 3-foot sidewalks with telephone poles in the middle of them. And that's not something that when we went through the mobility plan, we want for the vision for our community on Coconut and Orange Boulevard and Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. The rest that hasn't been done. So I hope those things are also discussed. I know that our lobbyists, Sluggett and Associate, are also supposed to be, talking about our concerns and expressing them. But every opportunity that we get, we have to focus on those things because it's just going to continue to be pushed otherwise. And I do think that this countywide master plan was an opportunity for the county to actually come up with some new visionary ideas that did not include using existing communities like ours. There's not actually many communities that they're proposing to do what they're doing that I'm aware of. They certainly wouldn't be proposing to be putting roads through PUDs like in Royal Palm, Madison Green, or in Ibis, or PGA even. So to that point, I would like to work with staff on some. We've talked about in the past how we're going to be addressing our traffic issues. We have our mobility plan, but now that our lawsuit is done, and there's other things coming down the pike, i.e. the alignment of the entrance for Avenir at 140th and North Lake, that's going to be a further challenge, and Hall Boulevard will be the next one. And so something that, I think we need to do is, and we've talked about the units of development and some of these combinations that potentially we could do in terms of amalgamating. How do we address some of these issues? But I also think that we need to figure out in the very, very near future how to get together with our residents in specific areas that we identify as this is a like area. This area has similar issues, i.e. 140th to State Road 7 and 40th to 60th. That whole block in there, they all are suffering from some of the same issues. How can we, apart from, we have no control over the speed limit. We have no control over stop signs. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on studies. We've identified, I think it was 13 high crash locations. We requested 4-way stops at 10, and it's taken us 10 years to get 4 approved. So that's our track record with the county. But okay, so 5. But the bigger problem, even with the stop signs, is that the cars are still going to end up on those roads. And we're still, people are inconvenienced by the speed tables, and that's supposed to slow them down, make them aware that they're in a residential area. But even that's not necessarily as effective as, having some discussions with the community. And I recently put out a post, maybe we should be looking at putting up gates. Somebody thought that I was talking about a Betty gate. I'm not talking about a Betty gate, although there might be some places that that's worthwhile. But I am talking about specific areas where we have controlled entry and where it's for that specific area. So obviously we can have all these ideas and think that they're great, but I think we have to have a forum where we're reaching out to specific residents in that area and just meeting with those residents. This is, some ideas that we have. What are your ideas? What would you like to see? Or do you want us not to do anything, right? But I mentioned that specific area because that is going to become a major problem when 60th Street goes through to Seminole Pratt, and it's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. The next onslaught is, like I said, that quadrant that is north of Orange and to North Lake and Hall and 140th and Coconut Boulevard too, but that's a county road. 140th and Hall is an ITID road. And if there are roads north of North Lake that are aligned, then that traffic is going to come onto our roads. It's just that it. So I really would like to come up with a plan. And I think this is not something that one person can tackle on their own. I do think that there's the ability to kind of divide it up and have some information meetings throughout the district, or not throughout the district, but with residents throughout the district, but narrowing in on some areas. And I'd like to work with staff on kind of some drafting that up. There's a lot of work that needs to be done behind the scenes leading up to that as well. But if we can start planning on how we're going to tackle this, and the first stage obviously is the public outreach and public input. And it's building on our mobility plan that we already have. So.
And legal too, but what we can and can't actually do, because people might have ideas that we can't legally create. And I like the idea of doing it in the quadrants, because I think each one of us live in a different area and we see what the impacts are now and can envision what they will be in the future. So almost like the way the FCR was done, going in, and I like that idea. I think that's a good idea. So Mary, we would need to know, obviously, later what our limitations are, what we absolutely can't do. Don't tell us what we can do. Just tell us what we absolutely cannot do. Now keep it simple, right? Okay.
And
Can I just,
yeah,
I'd like to say, I like the idea, and I think we have parks in almost every one of these areas, so we could actually hold a local, like, forum, like she's stating, and invite the people to that local park. This way they're not having to travel. Maybe they're out east and they don't have to come all the way out here and we wouldn't get a response. But if we had it in their local park and just had one of us there to speak to them, or our staff there to speak to them and find out what their wants are and what their needs are and what they're seeing is happening and impactful. I like the idea. So I think that's a great idea to hold something and do it locally in their parks and work it from there. So I'd be interested in helping them if I can.
okay. And just what I was going to add there is that in terms of what we absolutely can't do, it's going to be, I think, site specific, right? Because not all easements are created the same. Not all units are created the same. We have some unique challenges in certain areas, but we have to be creative as a board to know what the boundaries are, but also how we can work within those boundaries and be creative, get around it.
That's why it's like, we need to have a little bit better idea of what we're actually trying to talk to about in each individual situation, because it's kind of say you can't do this and this and this if we don't really know what the unique situation or circumstances are too.
One of us. I think each one of us should just reach out
Fine.
directly.
Right.
Whatever our area is. I
Okay.
know, I mean, we've talked till we're blue in the face about my area, so I think that'll be an easy conversation for us. But if each board member contacts you, have that conversation.
Absolutely.
What roads belong to us, what roads are easements, what's, specifics of what we can and can't do. Well, what we
Yeah.
can't do.
And what is the traffic that's going to be coming
Right.
into the district
Right.
if we don't do
And
something?
exactly. Thank you.
Chair. Yeah, it was, yeah, just to build, because rather than bringing it up during the roads, there's a couple of issues that I want to make sure the board's okay, that I think Mr. Vazzalotti should bring up regarding what's being planned or proposed. First one is, for some reason, the village of Royal Palm Beach, which Miss McNicholas is reaching out to them. They took it upon themselves to actually put sections of Persimmon Boulevard on the proposed map. And so we're handling it at the village, but we also need to make sure that doesn't go on the county map. And then also, I was looking at one of the maps, or not one of the maps, but one of the PowerPoints that they put up, and it looks like they're placing the Seminole Pratt Whitney Road extension on 100th from basically Seminole Pratt West to Grapeview, and then connecting it into Avenir. That was never on our policy.
I saw
It's
that
supposed
too.
To be on the
And
county.
the way they worded it didn't even make sense.
Yeah.
So it was, that whole slide was completely wrong, and people were getting their hands on it and posting everywhere, and that it was causing,
Yeah. So, but we also want to make sure that they don't try to connect Grapeview to that, even if it is on the county side, we don't want them to potentially connect Grapeview. And then, the last one is Royal Palm Beach did put forward a 4th east-west connection from State Road 7 to either Roebuck. I forget where the exact connection, so you may want to support that one as well. Please.
Oh, so just an FYI, that what they've got on that map is the same as what they put on the county 5-year plan. And I actually emailed the county engineer, David Ricks, about it, and I think I copied you, Jay, because even 60th was showing on the north side of the M Canal rather than on the south side. And I said, is this the alignment or, but anyway, apparently that's an error. And the same thing with the 100th, but in past plans, they've attempted to do that. So I would remain vigilant and make sure that we're clarifying where that's going. Yeah. Because north of 100th, the county actually bought, they had a clause when they sold that to FWC, they bought 250 feet, I think it was, back. Some of that has been given as a right-of-way to FPL, but my understanding, and I think I have this in writing from David Ricks as well, that copied to staff, that there is still enough right-of-way to build a 2-lane roadway, and that's what the intention was. Okay. It's north of, like, the extension of Seminole Pratt, where it goes north of 100th, and then it goes east and it connects up in Avenir. They've changed in this plan how they're planning on connecting. But right now on that countywide plan and on the 5-year plan, it looks like it's on 100th Avenue, but that's not, they keep telling me that's not what they're doing. But it hasn't been fixed either. So
I'll show Rich. I found it.
Yeah.
And in the verbiage, it says Seminole Pratt Whitney Road from North Lake to Grapeview Boulevard. So that's not even.
yeah. So it's supposed to be, if you look on the map there, it's supposed to be north of the canal that is outside our boundary. That's part of the, is that the C-18 canal or no?
By the water.
Yeah, it's, yeah, and west of it.
Yeah, there is a 250-foot right of way through there, partially used by FP&L, but there is enough room up in there. There's some reconfiguration they have to do over at the water plant, and Avenir does have a roundabout at the far western edge that connect into it. That's already there, but they have it barricaded off.
Okay. And to that point, our resident Lou Colantoni was out flying his plane, and the extension of Coconut is constructed to the crossing, which looks like it's the original crossing. They did not move it. by the looks of it. You said that it was constructed right up to,
They finished about a mile of paving in a week,
yeah,
and that bridge that goes here, so you're gonna go north. And you can take a hard left, go over a bridge that's almost done now. Take a right, you're gonna stop at the tracks, and then you're gonna cross. And then 2 days ago, they started, if you were to make a right, go southeast on the V line. There's an area there where they're building acceleration to merge in. So that is it's gonna be connected fast, we don't even know.
Yeah, I believe they said December.
Yeah.
That should be open.
yeah.
Yeah, they've got much pavement down.
So, thank you, Lou. So I wanted to give that update because, people have been asking when that's gonna happen, and it's actually a year behind schedule. And I was surprised that they're actually using the original crossing because the agreement at one point was that they were moving it. Because the railway wouldn't let them have another crossing. So now the way that it's designed, they're actually using the existing crossing, and so maybe they plan something else down the road. I don't know, but okay. So the last thing is that I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I want to work with staff on drilling down on each one of our water control plans. And so obviously I want all the information shared with all the board members. So you're going to be probably bombarded with a lot of this stuff, but it ties into, if we're going to look at amalgamating areas, it's really important if you could focus on, your specific, we'll come up with a map, right? But your specific area and the water control plans, at least that are in that, to drill down and understand those water control plans and some of the unique issues and other plans that maybe overlay it, like the R1 or the R2 or the R3. So I think it'll be a good learning experience for all of us, because we also have to look at how do we move forward and do this in the most financially efficient way. And so, not to knock legal and engineering, but this is, we got to find a way to do it where it's not costing us an enormous amount of money from legal and engineering. So, and you guys are already overwhelmed with everything that you're doing. So
This week.
So one of the things, I just want to plant this seed, and it's not in offense to you guys, but it may be that, we need to look at bringing somebody in as like another engineer consultant that it maybe is going to be a little bit cheaper to do some of that legwork. Same thing with legal. And it doesn't mean that you guys are going to be excluded from it, but that essentially you put your rubber stamp on it at the end of the day. But some of this stuff, I know from going through the R3 plan, 5 years was very expensive, and we can't afford to do that with what we need to do moving forward.
And time wise.
Right, but
Time is an
it
issue
should be
for
done
certain
correctly.
things, right? Absolutely. But there
So,
are certain roads that can't wait 5 years to get done. So
Right.
it's
So-
important.
so I'm just kind of planting that seed right now for everybody to think about, because we've been saying this for a long time. We have a lot of stuff coming at us fast and furious, but we're like beyond the fast and furious at this point. We're behind the 8 ball, and we've got a lot of catching up to do. We got to figure out how to get it done.
Mhm.
So that's why I want to bring this up to you all. That's all.
I agree. Patty?
So 2 items. One last night at the budget meeting, we kind of got cut short. I think on there, we didn't have anything for events. And I know we were pretty excited about doing more events, and hopefully putting that on a budget line item. I don't know if it's too late to do that, to work that in. But if we could try to figure that out, I think it would be very nominal per resident property. Important. And then 2, I was very limited on Facebook lately, but I was actually on last night, and I was happy to show my son this because he was not being very careful with the vehicle. People are entering into people's properties and checking the vehicles, especially out in my quarter of the area. So please make sure you're locking your doors and keeping your vehicles safe. There's quite a few kids that were doing it, so that's all I got.
School's out, so we're gonna start seeing more, unfortunately, yeah. Okay, Rich, did you want to say something? Oh, sorry. Okay, well, I don't have too much. I did ask Jay to look into the AT&T boxes on Mandarin and Hamlin that have been an issue. And those are put in so long ago, there actually is, so way back when things were done differently, there was actually no permit process. So there's no permit found for that. There might be a paper permit, who knows, in Iron Mountain, it might be gone. We don't know. But according to Jay, they meet the criteria if you're doing the speed limit. So I did do some investigation into that. So any new ones that go in, and we have one on, consent tonight, Jay is going to make sure that they are in a proper place, that we're not going to have any issues, because I did see a lot of people complaining about those. We are looking at some apartments coming down the road in Wellington, which used to be Loxahatchee. So we're going to start seeing a lot of traffic. We're looking at a lot of units being put in there. The county approved a resource bond today, and that will affect us. There is no doubt. But we knew it was coming, right? We were prepared for that, and we still don't know what's going to happen on the west side yet, as that property has not been sold. We know that we've got a Walmart and a Lowe's coming in at Westlake, so we're going to start seeing a lot more traffic from that, and that will tie into 60th when it's open, and what Supervisor Argy was saying about a lot more traffic coming through there. And then I see they're doing some work even further west on 60th, and I don't know yet what that is going to be. But they're doing a lot of land work over there. So something is coming. I know years ago we heard, rumors of an Amazon distribution center, but I have not heard that lately. And that is right in front of the solar farm. So there is power there. So it's just something for everybody to keep an eye on. And that's about it. All I have for right now. I'll have some more things coming at our next meeting that I'm still working on, but that's it for me for right now.
Future.
Yeah.
I forgot, on our consent agenda, we do have a permit for 2 cabinets at
Mhm.
Hamlin and Mandarin. And I actually had printed this because I wanted to question this. And I forgot to make an amendment to the agenda for that. So can we add that at the end for discussion on the regular agenda? Can I make a motion to do that?
So you want to pull?
Yeah, I just
You
for
want to pull
discussion.
12-3 for discussion?
Yeah, just.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mary, how do we need to do that? And can
Just
we,
make a motion to move 12.3 to the regular? That's at the end.
so, okay, so let's move it to,
Through the chair. With the
8.2.
new program, I can pull it out and it will have its own individual vote and still say 12.3, and y'all would be able to vote on it.
okay, very good.
That's great.
Okay, that makes it easy. Thank you. All right. Everybody
So I
good?
made the motion. Do we have to? have
Yeah.
a Second.
Do we need, yeah, all right, so this is just gonna be, we can't do that on there, okay. Everybody, all in favor?
Okay.
Okay, passes 5-0. You seconded, Patty?
Michael did.
Michael, okay, thank you. Okay, all right. Moving on to regular agenda 8.1, we're going to be considering the executive director's annual evaluation, excuse me. The board must consider whether to award an increase in base salary pursuant to the employment agreement. The board may consider whether to provide additional benefits. Ms. Donlin, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all know, you've been through this process a number of times. And I want to say it was back in 2022, the board approved the use of the same evaluation form going forward each year. So that's what was presented to the board to use for the evaluation. And each board member has had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Hansen individually if they so choose. One thing I would like to say as we move forward with the evaluation process, and I do say this every year, this is a very public evaluation process that not many individuals go through, whether they work in private sector or even public sector. So it's usually city managers, executive directors, things like that. So as we go through the process, whether it's comments from the board or potentially comments from the public, if there were public comment prior to any vote on this item, that everyone remain professional, because it is probably a little awkward. I've never had to do it. So with that said, everyone has submitted their evaluation form. And with the contract, as you know, and as the chair has just indicated, if the submitted evaluations reach an average of 3, which is satisfactory, then the board can consider an increase in base salary for Mr. Hansen. If such an increase is awarded, it does not require a contract amendment. That is documented through the minutes and through the personnel action form. With that said, I have totaled the scores, and the final performance score was a 4.42. Congratulations. So this does allow the board to consider an increase for the base salary. Before you get into that discussion, though, just so I don't lose track of it, I would like the board to please maybe make a motion to receive and file the evaluation forms and the summary that will make their way into Mr. Hansen's personnel file.
So moved. It's in here, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, I made it as one thing, so when you finish.
Oh.
on-
Is there a way to separate it or no? We're really challenging,
We did it today.
right?
I
If not, we'll
can
just
it
do,
fashion and show you on
Yeah.
the screen.
Okay,
Two separate ones.
okay,
so we have a motion and a second, all in favor? Receive and
Uh,
file.
Who made the?
I made the motion,
Patty.
This is what
Patty
they're-
seconded.
Patty.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
You're gonna leave that right there, right, Scarlett?
Well, the next one
I
is,
just wanted to copy all the stuff first before I erase this one.
Okay, and so with that, the board can certainly now discuss any increase that you might want to consider for Mr. Hansen. Just for perspective, the employees at the district, they are eligible for up to a 3% increase.
Okay. Do we want to have discussion or do we have any public comment? Scarlett, do we have any cards, Miriam?
Yes, we do.
Do you want discussion or Betty, you have your light on?
oh,
No, okay.
Here. This is the motion up there to receive and file. So I'm gonna go in and do vote on this one, so y'all can just vote just on this.
Okay. Yes.
For 8.1, Alex Larson. This is where you want us right here?
Yes, ma'am.
It moves when it's moved.
I've always tried to learn and watch and listen carefully I think everybody knows that because our budget was interesting last night because today I spent my day calling around to different districts, which I guess we do that too, to see what their budgets are. And I don't, the way it was described when they were doing the contract for Mr. Hanson it was like an auction. Now, I wasn't here. That was a description from people. And I recently, 2 items, they said the board voted on it after the fact and I'm worried about us a little bit. So I hope you're all really just watching every single thing that we're doing, because the one thing that I get stopped everywhere, and I mean everywhere, people, I could be up in Jupiter, I could be down in Boca, and I'll get stopped. And people are telling me they can't make it. So, and one of the biggest ticket items on our trim notice is Indian Trail Improvement District, dollar wise, which is, I know you're trying to work with everybody. I listened very carefully last night. There was a lot of people around this area here. And, even mowing, because I saw an Indian Trail truck today and I thought, just put a magnetic thing on there to find the 3 guys. And I'm just trying to get some ideas here because I hope we are not going back. The one thing I was concerned about, and the reason I'm up here, is that we're not going back to vote after the fact. Okay, because I know that something happened in my area and I felt like it was done to shut me up. I don't know how you would feel, but that's how I felt. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I'll just shut her up and pave every road or mill every road, because that wasn't the plan in the beginning from what I understood. And I hope I don't encounter that anymore, because I've had a cordial relationship with every director of Indian Trail since I came here. I don't feel like I have that now. You guys, everybody argues. I don't want to see any more arguments. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to worry about us. And I don't want to come to these meetings. I'm busy at the county. I really am. To read those agendas is heartbreaking, which is no fault of yours. But I don't want to have to double check or be told things later on. I don't like that. And if I start, the one thing I am is a bulldog. If I come after it, you're not going to like it. So it's better to shut me up and be nice, don't be mean, or don't be, because I don't agree with some of your choices, but you don't hear me coming up here and scolding you, but I might. I'm very concerned with what I've witnessed in the last several months. And if I have to, I will come up and say it publicly. I'm sorry. And I'd rather not do that. So is that fair enough, board members? Because please do not ever, I don't want to hear that you're voting for something after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the only one I have.
That's it. Okay. Board discussion, Michael?
I mean, I support 3%.
Thanks. Richard?
So looking at some of the salaries of special districts and things like that, I think that a 3% raise is adequate, considering what other places are paying. I think that we're actually on the lower end of the spectrum. And there's discussion about employees and keeping employees and training employees and having good employees. And if we don't pay employees, they're going to leave. If we don't pay staff, they're going to go look somewhere else for a job. And it's very important that, I believe, in my opinion, Mr. Hanson's been doing a great job. I believe staff's been doing a great job. And it's important to pay these folks, or they will move else and go somewhere else, or higher salary. So a couple, some things I want to point out also, just to refresh some memories, is some of the things that have happened over the last year with the Indian Trail Improvement District. The Minto Road Connection lawsuit was one. That's a big deal. because we were successful with the lawsuit. It looks like that there's going to be hopefully a resolve with the M2 basin drainage issue. We've had multiple culvert pipe replaced. Failing culvert pipes, keep in mind. We had emergency culvert pipe replacement. We've had 20 miles of milled roads. We've got 140th Tangerine, 61st is paved and done. One of my favorite roads is that portion of 60th west of Mandarin to 180th for the school traffic relief. Coconut Park's done. Obtained FEMA monies plus additional monies for cleanup after the tornado. We got 5 four-way stops, and I know we're going to get more. We got the county to rescind the private road issue, the IRS bond issue. IRS found no issue. The artificial turf fields completed. The first portion of the enterprise resource program is up. We got the trail letter. We have a drone program. What else? We're going to have the new lights at ACP going up. We're going to have the rebuild of the Sycamore and Temple Parks. And services are happening. There's been no stoppage of services. And I know we got still more issues to face that we're going to be discussing, but that's just some of the stuff. That's not everything. And that's a lot. And there's a lot going on here, and people don't realize how much is going on here. We are massive. We are massive out here. Almost 50,000 residents, 500 miles of roads, hundreds of miles of canals and swales. And you got people that want almost pristine service, yet they don't want to pay for it a lot of times. Well, to continue to have the Indian Trail Improvement District that I think has been doing great, that I've had wonderful experiences with over almost 31 years I've lived out here. I think a 3% raise is absolutely sufficient. I appreciate what's happening and what I see with the staff under your leadership. So thank you.
Yesterday we had, not yesterday, Monday, we had our opening of the levee, and there were a lot of congratulations. And one of the things that was noted was how important Mr. Hansen was in getting that pushed through. Not only has he been important there, he's been important with connections. We have a social media specialist that's pushing through information so that you are getting information more fluidly. He has connected us with lobbyists who have helped us tremendously getting appropriations for our 640 acre impoundment out there to get that project moving forward. The grants, the way that he works with our staff, the creative thinking he puts through to get things done. That just, it's not always an easy thing to do. The amount of juggling that he has to do in this district, because it seems like there's a curveball on a constant basis being thrown at the district, whether it's Minto and our road use, the canals, county. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like there's always something, never nothing. And I think the 3% is a very justified increase. I appreciate everything that you do for the county, for the district here, and the battles that you do for us. And sometimes I think you feel underappreciated, but I want you to know you are recognized. So thank you.
I'll support a 3% increase. I've had my conversations with Burgess and I agree, we've had a lot of accomplishments, but those accomplishments are part of his job. It's why we pay him so well. And it's also why we have all the other people that we have and the board. So I have some concerns, but like I said, I'm addressing those. I've talked with Burgess. There's some things that need to be fixed. And not all things need to be discussed publicly. But I know that he will fix them. And so I'll support a 3% increase mainly because that's below what the cost of living increase is. Everything is going up. It's more expensive for everyone, but it's also more expensive for a taxpayer. And I don't think we can afford anything more. I think he has a good contract already. So I think we're at a decent place at 3%.
So I will agree with what I've heard, what everybody else has spoken. I am grateful. I speak to you numerous times a day, and I appreciate that. Anytime I have a concern, you address it. You address the concerns that we have with the staff that you oversee. And I appreciate that. And I think you are doing a great job. Are there going to be things? Of course. That's to be expected, but anytime I've had a concern, I know it's been handled. And from what I have seen, and you know, we're in a place where we've had to fix a lot of things from long before any of us were sitting at this dais. And you've always been spearheading the best way that we can go about making that change, bringing us into the future, doing, our policy as far as, best practices and what we're doing and the technology to make us more efficient. And I think all of that combined with the day to day, I think you're doing a great job. So of course, I absolutely will support the 3%. Like Supervisor Argue said, it's below a cost of living increase. But I do appreciate you, and I am more than happy, and thank you. I know I tell you this a lot, but you go through a lot and a lot of things get thrown at you. And I appreciate you always answering the phone when I call. So thank you very much. And with that, we will call the vote. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Through the chair.
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
So are we going to be doing the base salary by itself and then any additional benefits?
I think it's just going to be base salary. Mr. Hanson did not request any additional, just the base. Of course.
Sorry, I didn't realize they were doing something.
Just to clarify, it's always something the board can consider, but
Mhm.
since it didn't come up, it wouldn't be part of the motion.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. We're all feeling a little pain, so you can't take any more vacation. I'm sorry.
I do have a question.
Even though you work through them, and we do appreciate it. Yeah.
I do have a question because I wasn't here last year when you did this, and apparently we added an increase if there was a separation without cause. And can you tell me what that was? Because I think maybe this board doesn't know what the history was and why we actually had it set at what it was and said that it would never, ever be anything more. So
back in 2022, the contract was amended to extend the term. And initially, when Mr. Hanson was hired, the severance pay was at a lower value of up to 12 weeks. A Florida statute allows up to 20, which is comparable to most city manager, district manager contracts. And in 2022, having been hired in 2019, that was something Mr. Hanson requested and the board voted on at that time to approve.
So I'm just curious because again, I wasn't here. What was the basis that the board agreed to give an additional 8 weeks on there?
In 2022?
No,
Yeah,
That's what she said, 22.
it was 22.
no way.
Yeah.
I thought it was done this past year.
I think
No.
vacation.
No.
It's vacation.
In vacation. Are you
And
talking
the
about
year
increase in
before that was
vacation leave?
fuel.
If you'd like, I could run through the history. I have a
Yeah,
summary.
please.
So in 2022, the term was extended to 24 and the severance pay increased to 20 weeks. Later in 2022, when the merit was done, there was a merit increase and a vehicle allowance update because the vehicle allowance had been at 200 and it was increased to 4 because of the gas prices at the time. In addition, the annual accrual of vacation was increased by 40 hours per year. In 2023, the contract term was extended to 2029. In 2024, and I'm not going through the merits, just where there were
Yeah.
additional benefits. In 2024, the vehicle allowance went up to 500 and the annual vacation increased by 40 hours. And there was discussion at that time that that was a total of 80 hours above the standard accrual. So that was clarified by the board at that time. And then in 2025, the carryover of vacation. So there was a cap of 280 hours and the cap was increased to 400 hours so that he can roll over more than what the original cap was, but it's not an increase of accruals at that point. And then the term
Excuse me.
there was extended to 2032.
All right. Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
Who was the second?
Michael,
Oh, I'm sorry.
do you see it on your screen, Mary?
It was just.
It should still be on
There it
the,
is now.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, gotcha.
But we have it. So yes, I do.
Yes. Okay. Okay, see that passes 5-0. Right. Intergovernmental updates.
yeah.
Did you want
No, I just wanted to thank
Oh.
all of you.
to, sorry.
And again, I look forward to another year of more challenges and probably a lot more difficult challenges with the county-wide
Mhm.
and what we're gonna start seeing to the south and north and unfortunately probably to the west. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to excuse
Are
me?
yes, you may be excused.
Would you like to go? No, please. Stay.
No, go.
I always, I am happy to oblige. You should never keep me longer than needed.
Just do me a favor, Lauren, spot your mic off. There you go. Thank you. Okay, item number 9, intergovernmental updates and permits. Mr. Hanson?
Thank you, Marty. I went over some of the road issues.
Oh, yeah. Well,
We have
3.
12.3.
Where did 12.3 go?
It's still under consent. We can now pull them out, so you
Okay.
can discuss it and it doesn't have to move up to regular.
Oh.
Like we used to do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
Okay. No, we've just pulled it out and now it's on regular as 12.3.
But so then.
No,
Doing it now, it's where.
no, it's actually still in consent. It just, you don't vote on that section. You can discuss it instead of us having to move it up to regular.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
If it will be a consent agenda, we need to discuss. Okay.
right. So we're going to discuss it
yeah,
at 12,
yeah.
right? That's the way I
I
understood.
mean,
Okay,
you can
As-
either pass the other ones, it will not pass now. because
Right.
you pulled it out. So,
Okay.
Yeah, anything you pull out of
I wrote it.
consent now stays in consent. but it doesn't get voted on until it's discussed.
Got it.
Motions made on that
Okay.
particular item.
So we're good to go to 9.
Mhm.
Okay.
If you want, yeah. Give me 1 second. So, he's already went over that. Just quickly, I did speak to, Heather Turnbull directly, before the meeting. And, as you know, everything was passed on yesterday morning, regarding, while it doesn't impact us because we don't do millage. Apparently, there have been several packs that are being created already to actually fight that measure. So that'll be interesting to see between now and November how that all shakes out because,
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, the property tax measure. So, several packs are being formed, so. Yeah, we'll see.
They're gonna spend a lot of money advertising for and against, I'm sure, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, as of today, around 4:30, they had conversations with the Governor's Office of Budget and Policy. No red flags, no concerns or issues so far with our appropriation for the M0 for 350 for the mitigation of the West Spoil Mound past the impoundment, so. Knock on wood.
I did already, so they already handled that.
So, and then like I said, I wanted to make sure we hit some of those road things, so thank you, because I had forgot about that 60th, because that should be of concern to us. Because if 140th were to cross there and we did something where they moved 60th up and over, that would not good.
Yeah.
So, and I think well, I won't speak for Mr. Floyd, but for me, I'm always concerned that they're gonna try to do that to get it away from the school. There, but.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think that's.
Just mention a couple things that I think we told you that 140th, they've applied for a permit to modify 140th from Hamlin to North Lake, and legal and engineering are discussing it to see what we can do with that. The 140th, that's county road. So our options are limited, but the concern is, would it ever continue through, and do they want to reactivate that as a thoroughfare road?
See that 140th is a county road?
To that portion.
From Hamlin to
Just,
North Lake,
yeah, that small section.
yes.
Okay. No, because.
We gave it away.
When we turned over the right of way for North Lake, it went up to Hamlin. The right of way.
The other thing I'll mention is that we're finally getting some movement on 180th. The school board sent us a signed easement. We will have to execute that in the near future, but we are holding off until Palm Beach West / GL Homes. And they finally, yesterday, I got enough information to them, and the county responded to them that they will be executing the easement upon us modifying what we had previously given to them. So we're finally getting movement on 180th. And the budget might not be there to complete it, but at least we will have the easements in place. I think that's all I wanted to tell you about tonight.
I'm sorry, did you say the budget may not be there to complete it?
We will probably have to go for another bond. We have close to 3 million the last time I looked in the budget for Tangerine and the R3 for Tangerine from 180th to Mandarin. But the section from 180th from Tangerine to Hamlin is 3 miles long. Something like that. 2.5, 3 miles long. So that'll be probably a total build. And if we went out to contract on that, you're pushing 5-6 million just for that. We have about 3 left. We may not go out to a complete rebuilding. We may not get the contract. That's a future discussion.
So FYI, the whole reason why the R3 was born by the board was to address 180th and 1/40th. And my fear was exactly this, that we were gonna push it off to the end and it wasn't gonna get done, and now we don't have the money for it. So that is a big concern, and we need to figure that out, because that was the whole reason why we did the R3. So, and when we added other things to the R3, we were told that it was not cutting into the budget for doing the actual roadways that were put into the budget for the R3. So I'm really unhappy to hear that. This is the first time I'm hearing this, so. Can you please provide an accounting to the board on the R3 bond?
We just want, yeah, the Muslim Community Center, I'm not remembering the exact name, they have submitted plans and they now meet criteria. So they did meet the drainage criteria of equal compensating storage. At Muslim Museum, on Seminole Pratt at 61st or 2nd.
Yeah, I remember now. Yep.
Are they using an ITID road, or they have an entrance off of Seminole Pratt? Because
The county.
That was the argument. The county wouldn't allow them to, remember? And we said we didn't want them using our road.
And in the past, we've objected to any commercial or any other uses using our roadways, and we've actually successfully defeated other churches in the community from using our residential roads. So
By the ULDC, the county will not allow.
that's not our problem. It's a residential property.
I understand, and if we deny, then they are in a place of, they don't have an entrance.
They have an entrance for a residential home, not for a church.
All right.
And Mary, when we did our water control plans, it was based on single-family residential. Our roads were built for single-family residential. We've argued this, we've been consistent. I don't know how we can suddenly change and say, well, they meet the drainage criteria. And now they can have access to our road, because as soon as we allow that to happen, it's gonna happen everywhere else. We cannot.
If I may, they're constructing the road from Seminole Pratt through their property. So they have improved that road to meet county criteria.
But that's the county. What about us? Our criteria is that your entrance and all of our water control plans was based on residential.
All right, we have a driveway policy. That's about all we have relative to traffic control.
But didn't we have something, through the chair, but didn't we have something, because what is it, the preschool over on Seminole Pratt? We denied them access on, yeah, like access to our road over there. There was another church that was on, thank you, 130th and Tangerine. There was another one that they were denied access onto our roadways. So I think we've shown precedents that we don't allow access from commercial property onto our roadways.
Or non-residential.
Or non-residential, right? Because I mean, if you look at even Walgreens, I think all of them, none of them go onto county roadway.
We've been consistent in our position on this.
Are there any commercial properties on our roads at all? Daycares, anything?
No, even the one on Orange Boulevard, it's not having access off of that side road. It's on Orange Boulevard.
What about 140th?
That one's on 140th. That one's, yeah, that one's a little bit different because of where the location is. Sorry, that location is a little different because of where it is on 140th. That was built as a loop for the schools, and it's right there at that loop.
Yeah, the daycare on 92nd, I think it is, on the west side of Seminole Pratt has an entrance onto our road as well. I don't have all the properties. Yeah, so I don't have all examples in my head, but no, they are on the 92nd.
Mary, would you look into this? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, is that all?
Yes.
Just refresh my memory, Mary and Jay. When we do have a property that's within our boundaries, that is a taxable unit property, is there a difference in what those properties are paying? I think I know the answer to this but is there a difference between what a commercial property is paying in terms of assessments to Indian Trail versus a residential?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay.
Well, when we did the potential driveways coming off of 180th south of the school, didn't we have a different fee schedule for the nursery than we did for the residents? Didn't we set that up?
Yeah, 180th.
Yeah.
Outside
It
unit.
was a non-activated unit.
Right.
And as we were going through it, we had not, I don't believe we had necessarily set up a connection
'Cause I know
for
we-
them.
right.
Because they were commercial, but the residential, they had the same fee schedule as I believe it was the R3 or Unit 4. I can't remember exactly. how
Right,
we had it
but we
set
know
up,
we
but
had a
they also-
conversation about the commercial,
Yeah.
and that was gonna be a different fee schedule for the driveway, but then we didn't do it. Right? Am I,
We have a connection fee schedule that was adopted by the board that differentiates land use of multifamily, single family, commercial, and ag. So it would have followed those 4 land use categories for a connection fee because they were
Okay.
outside of.
so would this then
That's outside.
fall into that same category?
No, because those were outside non-activated units.
Okay.
And so what do we need to do to address this in terms of, because again, it goes back to reviewing our water control plans. And we already know that with all the different changes, we don't have sufficient drainage. We have all these other issues. So how do we deal with that, Jay?
The drainage is handled by the equal compensating storage. The issue that you're bringing up is the road connection. And I don't have any policy by the board that specifically addresses it. I do have the ULDC that says you can't do it. So Mary and I will have to look into it and see if there's something else that can go forward.
And so this is something that we have to add to our list when we're going through those, talking about the consolidation in our different units, because we do have all different
Right.
situations.
But this comes back to the argument that we had with the property owner east of Coconut and North Lake. And we said they could not have a connection to Hamlin Boulevard. And I'm just trying to figure out, just because the ULDC says that they cannot have a connection, then doesn't it automatically, if we're not going to grant the connection for anything other than a single family home, then they can't get a land use change? Isn't that, like, if you can't qualify, if you can't meet what the county's requirements are, then you can't get a land use change. And if you can't, I mean, anyway.
They'll have to go back to the county.
And have they already been approved by the county?
I believe they have, yes. I'm Danny, are you still online?
Yes, he is. He's there.
He might have stepped away.
All right, this is important. So if legal and engineering can let us know as soon as you.
I
Get
did have
the-
a conversation with the county about this and they said there's no way they would grant a variance, so you're going back to the land use approval, not to a permit type thing.
There was a daycare on Okeechobee that this was an issue. We stood our ground on that. There was another church on Seminole Pratt that was trying to gain access on the back end.
Right.
So this is
Right.
not, yeah, this is not a first time going on.
Right. Thank you. And sorry, Mr. Hanson, you said that was it, right? Okay, okay.
That's all I have.
Nothing right now. Okay, let's do, Scarlett, do we have any public comment, being that it's almost 7:30?
Yes, we do.
How many cards do we have, please?
I have four
Okay,
physical cards,
After,
and I believe I
okay.
have one in the system that I have to accept.
okay, very good.
Nothing
Okay.
on Zoom.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, please call the first card, Scarlett.
Alex Larson.
That's okay, take your time. Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't wish a bum leg on anybody. My concerns are getting greater as the hours go by, because tonight I heard, I didn't like hearing that some things don't have to be discussed in public. Everything should be in the public, no matter what it is, good, bad, or indifferent. And that's the one thing, because for 30 years I've been doing this. And for me to get jaded and fearful isn't a good sign. It really isn't, because I heard that statement made tonight. It didn't need to be aired in the public forum, and I think it does. I think you should just discuss a lot of things. You know what I mean? I think everybody should be aware. And I hope that the board will, going forward, will be more transparent to the public if there's a screw up. You know what I mean? We need to know. Because if we don't know it from you, we're going to have nothing but innuendos and rumors. I'm sick of it. You can't know. And you don't know me very well, but when I get disgusted, I hand it off to someone else. You know, and like with the with our county back in 2004, that's where I got. You know, and you saw the what transpired later on. And I don't want to see that anymore. We really do. We need to know about money. We need to know about everything, because I am not a public official. I'm nobody. And I always say that because somebody's got to do it. So I prefer to be nobody. But please, from forever, you have to let the public know everything. That way they can make an informed decision for you. You know? I can't defend it. I can't defend not everything being aired in the public. So I hope you're going to take that into consideration, because I watched the budget meeting last night. I watched a budget meeting get canceled because supposedly we have a 10-year mistake. So I want to please talk about it, because I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Titter. I'm none of that crap. I'm one-on-one. I talk to people on a landline. I really do. I don't even use the cell phone, So I guess I'm kind of begging you to air your laundry. I don't want to air your laundry. I don't even want to discuss your laundry. I'd prefer you keep your unmentionables with yourselves, but please let the public know what's going on so they get the correct information, because everybody tells me something different. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Wade.
Hello. My thoughts. When it comes to raises and that sort of thing, do we have the money set aside in the budget now for any raises that come up? We don't have to add to our tax bill to cover those. Okay, that's helpful. The other thing I've been thinking about for a long time is the first time I ever heard the word drone come up. And the first thing I thought of was, well, I do have my concealed carry. And if I saw one spying on me, that would be probably my first thought. Who's spying on me? Who's the operator? And really, how do we know that's not what that's going to wind up getting used for? I know what the government always says when the government gives us some idea of what they want to do, it always gets perverted. Never gets used for the lie that they send out there ahead of time to get people to agree to it. I have always seen government pervert everything they ever say when it comes to something that's good for the public. I'm jaded too, because I've seen too much of it in every level there is. And so I don't trust anybody's words anymore. I want to see actions, and I want to make sure that those drones aren't going to be used to spy on the residents. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph Tinker.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Tinker, long-term Loxahatchee resident, also current running for County Commission District 6. During Memorial Day, I think I saw Elizabeth Akamundo and Royal Palm at a Memorial Day event. And as a veteran that served in the military from 2002 to 2005, and still currently a service member right now in the U.S. Army, I was shocked that we have no place in Loxahatchee, unless someone could tell me otherwise, that even if it's a monument for veterans or a flag or something, we got 50,000 residents in Loxahatchee, according to Vazzalotti here. And I think we should do some research to see how many veterans we have out here. And maybe in one of these parks or something, put up a monument, put up a different armed services flags so we can order our veterans, because I know I'm one out here, my neighbor's one. I know we have a lot of them. And I don't think any one of you guys up there might be a military veteran, unless, I don't know, but I checked his background, so none of you guys are veterans. The other thing is, as we talk about pay raises, I really wasn't interested in this at all, but as we could see now, as an investor, a real estate investor, and someone who's a teacher, teachers got 3.5% raise. And the commission decided that since they gave the teachers 3.5% raise, they're going to cut, I think it was maybe 300 or 400 jobs, because they decided to give 3.5% raise, which is below the cost of living allowance. So I say that to say we need to take giving out raises some serious consideration, because just the other day in the Florida Senate, the property tax was approved to go on the ballot. Because that was approved now, all local cities, municipalities will have to face the bullet to see how they're going to budget their books. Because I tell you one thing, a lot of people will probably vote on protecting their homestead because they don't want to be taxed out of their homestead. Now, one thing that was very catchy here, which I have nothing against Burgess. I met him when I was served on the incorporation committee years back. But I heard something about 280 hours of vacation or 400 hours. That's roughly 2.5 months of vacation. I'm in the Army. I only get 30 days. I don't know what civilian job gets that type of vacation. We definitely need to look at that. I just wanted to declare. I was carrying
Maybe you're not aware, but we actually have a Garden of Hope in our Acreage Community Park South. And I believe that, Rich, by the baseball fields on the north side, isn't there a memorial thing there for veterans? There used to be a stone or some kind of plaque. Oh,
Yeah, I think it's for an individual.
okay.
Yeah.
But we could do something around the Garden of Hope. That would make sense because it's already there. But for people in our community for a long time, when they have a loved one that has passed, they actually a lot of times somebody will donate a brick for them, and the brick is put in the ribbon for the walkway in the Garden of Hope, and that's run by a nonprofit, Tracy Newfield's family. And it's really beautiful if you haven't been there. And we still have lights up there year round, right? Or no?
They're out there year round, but they do get damaged by the kids, so you have to constantly maintain them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You know, some flying posts for veterans would be fine, but that's all, you know, especially Memorial Day or Veterans Day, guys go there, shoot, and just reminisce about stories. So anything that they could feel comfortable with, 50,000 people live in the United States, 50% of military vote, we're very close to the huge veterans hospital right on the street. I can guarantee that we have a big veteran body up.
Okay, and through the chair, our last speaker for public comment is Pia Scorin.
Hi, everybody. So there was a discussion by the board, I think at the last meeting, about the payment process. And I don't think there was a resolution to that. So I was wondering when we would see that on the agenda and how that will come to resolution. At the last meeting, I asked the board to consider a letter to the county commissioners supporting the existing restrictions for 11:30 lights out at Seminole Orange Plaza. And I'm wondering if you guys have had an opportunity to consider that, when you might consider it. We're coming up to that meeting very quickly. It would also be helpful if perhaps a letter, the same letter maybe, was sent to the board at HCA Palms West, since they are part of the decision-making process, and let them know that this community is not in favor of this 24/7 standalone emergency room so close to people's homes. Is there a notification process if drones are going to be coming over residential properties? I think I saw that somewhere, but I don't know what it is, and maybe you can tell us that. And I didn't know what Betty just mentioned now about the hope, and maybe we can get that word out a little bit more on the ITID website, because that's a really nice thing to know. And I think this meeting has been very civil, and I think we all appreciate that. And I hope that what I'm going to say next is not going to blow that. So, I'm sorry. Patty, did you watch the video? Did you watch the video? Not today. Okay. Please watch the video, because at the very least, I think I deserve an apology. A person's reputation is very important for their work life, how I make my living, and everything else. And I haven't quite decided what I'm going to do yet. But before you just shake your head smugly, I suggest you get some advice. I suggest that the rest of the board look for some advice as well, because I really don't think you want this either public. I don't think you want to be sued. I don't want to sue my neighborhood. Okay? But this can cost you a lot of money. And yes, you have insurance, but I don't think the board wants to go there. So maybe you should advise your colleague that an apology is a really easy solution. Thank you.
The only thing I'll say is continue watching the video a few seconds after, and you'll see me walk up and we'll see what your hand does.
No back and forth.
Excuse me. Rich, now's the time to save your friend. Tell her the truth so she doesn't get herself in further trouble. Thank you.
Through the chair, we have two written cards in. One is from Richard Gill. He says, meeting after meeting, I've had a hard time hearing some speakers, especially Burgess. Please encourage Burgess to unmute his microphone when he talks. So the folks who can't hear the meetings in person can hear the conversation. All right, that's that one. And the second one is from Leo Dune saying, still waiting for my refund that was okayed at BOS meeting months ago.
Refund? Isn't Mr. Dune wanted to sign? I thought, what is it, a refund? Will somebody call him?
Send a letter 2 meetings ago. They usually always hear me because I have a big mouth, but I believe Mr. Dune sent a letter or was here a couple months ago. There was an issue of when we went on the road and put some signage up, but I think he documented it. And when we talked about it, we said, why are we not just dealing with this? So maybe we can follow up on it.
I believe, Mr. Robinson, we did, and there's no need to put more signs in. I understand Mr. Dune wants more signs, but we put back what was there. I believe, unless you have something to add, Mr. Robinson. Because what we did discuss was signs. I don't think we.
If it was attached to ITID property. There was looked like Broward County going through there. So we took everything and placed it back over on his property. Last time I was in, if I recall correctly, he was referring to a refund for his swell not getting mowed.
Wow.
They did a comment card and left.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Is that all, Scarlett?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, next up, item 11, Facilities, Parks and Recreation Agenda. Consider a motion for the Acreage Athletic League nonprofit athletic user agreement.
So, good evening, board. So everybody, just for the history, a year ago when this thing actually came out, and it was actually discussed back in April, it was during the season. So the actual contract started in July because they didn't want to actually start the contract in the middle of the season. So you guys kind of wanted a fresh start. The first year was basically set up as a probationary period to see if you guys wanted to continue, which is what tonight's about. And then based off of you guys' choices tonight, it would potentially be extended for an additional 4 years. So that's basically what you guys are discussing this evening.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the successful completion of the Acreage Athletic League's nonprofit athletic user agreement probation period, which never should have happened, but I'd like to make that motion.
Okay. Okay, is it about this? Can you come up to the podium? And then when you're done, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I'm Stacy. I just have a question. I see a lot of times people come up here and ask questions but I don't see them ever getting answered. And I'm really curious, is there where we can find the answers to these questions?
Okay, so I'm going to break the rule right now. The public comment is not a back and forth. And what we do is we take the card and the appropriate person follows up. That's what should be happening.
Right. So,
okay, because it's a public comment is never a back and forth in any government.
Right.
It's a opportunity for the public to come and express a concern, an opinion, a request, and then it gets followed up by the appropriate staff member or board member.
and I appreciate that answer, but what I'm saying is that I don't often see that there is I mean, other than Betty, which I noticed that she's pretty good about paying attention to things. Most everybody else, there doesn't seem to be answers, like.
Right, because the answers are not coming at the meeting, they're coming after the meeting.
When and where can we find that as public knowledge?
So it goes to the person that asked the question.
Specifically, rather than
Correct.
public? It can't be a
Correct.
public display of information?
It's usually a personal, more of a personal request. for something, so the staff follows up with that person.
So the questions that Pia just asked you, they'll be, I'm just saying, because I have the same questions about the drones and stuff. I'd like to also understand what that is
Right,
for our
so,
community.
so Sharon's concerns will be addressed to Sharon. And then when the drone program starts, it'll be brought to the entire community.
And who decides that's like a thing that we're doing in the community?
That's, every government does it that way.
But who decides that like, because I'm assuming that it's gonna cost I'm not trying to take up a bunch of time. I'm just curious. I'm assuming it takes a bunch of money to run drones and things. So I'm just curious who decides that that's something that we need in the
The
community?
board decided on that.
Board. Oh,
Yeah.
But who tells the board what to do? No, I'm not being argumentative.
Yeah.
I'm truly trying to understand this process.
Can we talk later after the meeting? So, because we've got other
I mean,
business to
yeah,
do, so I'm more
sure,
than
but
happy
I
to,
also- I
I'm more than
appreciate
happy to explain it to you, but not right now.
I appreciate that.
Of course.
I also just think that maybe it's questions that many people in
Sure,
our
sure.
community have.
I understand. Thank you.
And Stacy, if you can go to the back and get a.
Okay, so, all right, so we have a motion on the table for the user agreement. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Scarlett, do we have cards?
No.
Okay, do we have any discussion? Okay. I'm sorry, Rob, could you do me a favor and ask them to move over, please? I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. You should know.
Okay, here we go. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. So looking upon this on the term of agreement here, so which will end on July 1st of 2030. So we're looking at 4 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I would like to amend that. I think 4 years is too long. I think we should do it for 1 year. And then a year from now, we reevaluate and see how things are going on. I think the Acreage Athletic League is in a rebuilding phase. I hope they're successful. And but I think 4 years for a user agreement is too long. I would like to change that agreement to 1 year. And then we'll go from there. And a year from now, we can vote on this again. So I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
It's a substitute motion, so you have to vote on that one first.
You have to vote on the second one.
Right.
Did you give an explanation of why?
Yes, I said they're in a rebuilding phase, in my opinion, right now. And I'm wishing for great success for them, and I'd like to see more progress right now. I think 4 years is just too long.
I think we should never have been in this situation in the first place.
You're right. It should never happen. You're-
I second Mr. Supervisor Vassalotti motion.
you're-
I heard 1 year.
Yes, I want to amend this to just, substitute motion.
Okay, so we had a first and a second, Mary.
Oh, see, I'm sorry, I walked out of the room. I was out of the room.
Okay, so we had a first and a second, Betty and Michael. And Richard now wants to make a
Substitute.
motion.
And so is the question, what should we do now? Which one should we be working? Yes, that would be correct. You could call the substitute motion and see how that works.
Okay, so we don't have it, the substitute on the screen.
There.
So-
Hold on one second. I'll do that.
It says substitute motion with extension of.
Right, but
Well, yeah.
it still shows you,
So-
Michael is the
Can y'all
speakers.
motion your motion?
Withdraw, you're
Here,
saying
I
withdraw
think I
all
can.
motions?
Hold on.
Can we add motion or motion?
No, it would be me. Sorry.
Now it says the motion to amend was, nope, now it's back. Do we have any public comment while we're doing this, Miriam?
No.
Thought I saw someone. Okay, did you fill out a comment card? Okay, come up to the podium, but fill out a card, please. So while we're doing all this.
No one's on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Was the Acreage Athletic League even aware that this was on the agenda? Yes, okay.
Yes, that's fine. They're in the middle of starting up for new sports. So Tim wanted to be here tonight as the president. I'm the director of the Treasury. My name is Jeffrey Schatz. Yes, we are in a rebuilding stage. I think we're moving in a positive direction. We were here a couple of months ago, meeting with the board, and a lot of changes have taken place over the last 30 to 45 days in a positive way. And we're looking just to keep moving in that direction. And we appreciate the substitute for 1 year.
So
Thank you.
you would prefer a 1-year contract over a 4-year?
We would appreciate 100-year, but the history, given the history, and that the board has changed over a lot in the past 6 months with situations that have taken place, we want to prove to the board. So if it pleases the board for 1 year, we will do that, and we will prove to them that we're moving in the right direction, and hopefully next year it'll be a 4-year. But we would want a multi-year, of course, because that assists us in building and with our board members and our coaches, knowing that we have a multi-year deal. If it's 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, then they know that their kids will be playing. And that also assists us in building, with the community. We've done a lot of advertising. We've done a lot of just moving to the schools before they close for the year. Based on the registrations, we're moving in the right direction. Based on the volunteers, we're moving in the right direction because this is all about the kids. This is not about us, right? It's about the growth. It's about assisting them just like the schools do with later in life, working together. It's not about, trophy chasing. It's about working together and helping each other win or lose. And this was actually my first year coaching. I mean, my team won the Super Bowl. And,
Congratulations.
thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So, but with that being said, all these kids got together and we had our Pro Bowl. And it was just so touching how, kids came up to me as a coach. They want to be on my team. It's all fair, right? Everything is fair. Kids that want to play, this is a great place for them to play. It always has been. I've only been around for 2 years. What I've seen and what I've seen this moving into is I just want to be here every day. I want to be on that field every day with them. So, keep that in mind. This is for this community. This has always been for this community, and this community is growing. Every day I hear there's another 7,000 homes going up. There's another, doesn't matter whether they're residents or non-residents, they're kids, right?
Yeah.
And kids, this is where we want them to play. So we appreciate it.
I have it.
Thank you.
Chair. Well, I was about to ask, what's the, for us to cancel a contract with them?
Yeah, I was actually just going to address that.
Because I would be willing to do a 2-year. I'll split the difference on the 4 and go 2.
We would
so that you
appreciate
can
that.
ensure if you think that would be fair, as long as we have a cancellation.
If
I believe is a cancellation for cause.
Yeah, let's get an answer from Mr. Anson.
Yeah, because I want, so in this particular agreement under Article 10, or if you like, you can have Ms. Viator or Mr. Panelon, but it's pretty straightforward. Section 10.01, termination without cause. District Board of Supervisors reserves the right to terminate this agreement without cause by issuing 120 days written notice to the Acreage Athletic League. Section 10.02, termination for cause. The District Board of Supervisors reserves the right to terminate this agreement with cause by issuing 30 days written notice to the Acreage Athletic League. So here, I'll share it on the screen. Hopefully everyone was able to hear me on that. So it's reading.
If I just want to say, I think that suffice enough. I think that suffice enough. I know my kids grew up at that park. They have fond memories of that park. So I think it's fair to do the two. With the cancellation clauses as set in.
Okay, so we have a
I have
substitute,
substitute.
right, so.
So in the event that something happens, who knows what, and we need to amend this, do we have to terminate and then redo, or how would we amend? Thank you, Frank.
Well, it's a contract, so an amendment of the contract should be voluntary. I mean, it should be negotiated between the two parties.
Right.
Not dictated by the board. But it's before you today because your original approval last year established an initial term expiring on July 1st of 2026. Unless there was a determination that the AAL had not satisfactorily completed this initial term. So that's why it was presented to you today. So it's an opportunity to determine after the end of the first year whether you want to continue it. But then section 3.01 of the agreement currently provides that if the board does not determine, or board does not affirmatively determine that the agreement should be terminated, essentially, because the first year was not successfully completed, then it would automatically continue for another 4 years. What you're discussing now, I believe, is to modify that portion of this section to say, well, at any time the board can exercise the termination provision that's in the agreement without having to negotiate. I mean, if you feel that there's a cause or if there's no cause, you just have to provide a certain amount of time period for them to adjust. But I think today what you're discussing is that the condition would be, we're not changing the termination procedure at all. That remains unchanged. What would change would be the term of the agreement provision, which is 3.01. And you could say something like the first sentence here is adequate. The initial term would be expiring on July 1st. That from that day forward, there would be a second term of 2 years. And at the end of that period, if you want to continue this language about successful completion, you could wait 2 years essentially, or you can do it annually. You can do an annual. You can do an annual. Typically, we have annual approvals, unless there's some reason to terminate. The agreement keeps rolling over basically, unless there's an affirmative reason to terminate it. Continuing contract,
Which we hope never happens.
correct?
Right.
So
Right.
either way, if you want to have 1 year, 2 years, and then up to another, not to exceed 4 years, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, all the way through, that's however you want to structure it, we can do
Right.
it. The termination provision remains the same, either
Mhm.
30 days or 120 days, depending on grounds for termination or lack thereof.
So can I ask one question then? Just make a comment. If there's termination of 120 days without cause, that's it for any given reason. So why wouldn't we just keep it at 4 years? Because if it is cause, it's an immediate termination, right? Without 120 days, and without cause, it's 120.
Okay, and my reasoning for going with 1 year, if we're gonna lock this in the event we need to make, a year from now, we need to make an amendment to this or something. I don't want to be locked into a 4-year thing. And yeah, like you said, we could have a conversation about it with the league, correct? With the user agreement.
Yeah, now, yes, you can.
Well, I mean, but once it's locked in.
Oh, you can always have it.
And open this up and change things if need be.
There would have to be a motion either to terminate.
Right.
For on one basis or the other, basically, either no grounds or grounds. If it's for grounds, you have to establish grounds. And if it's without cause, then you don't have to justify your action. You can just terminate it. But it wouldn't take effect for 100. If it's for cause, yes, it would be effective within 30 days, but the board would have to debate and have a discussion and establish for the record that there was a basis for cause, whatever that is. Cause isn't defined in the agreement.
Right. So if we did 1 year, we would just be right here again. We'd get to see you again and we'd say, here we go. Or, after a year, things are going fantastic. We could say 4 years, or you wanted 100 years. Well, we could do 100 years, So
How about a 2 year and we revisit, and in a year, I'll give you an update.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, I prefer a year, and especially during the rebuilding phase, but I'm hearing good things, so I appreciate that. And, but,
I'd like to call for clarification because my motion was to approve the successful completion of the Acreage Athletic League's nonprofit athletic user agreement probationary period. According to the agreement that we signed last year, it said we're putting them on a probation, the initial term, which is to come up first day of July 2026. So they've successfully completed that first year. The agreement right now, as it reads, says that upon successful completion, they will be extended for an additional 4 years, terminating in July 2030, unless terminated sooner, which we've already discussed. So my motion was to say, yes, we've completed this successfully, which they have. I have not heard that they haven't been successful. So the secondary motion was you saying you want an extension of 1 year. Are you trying to extend the probationary period? Which in case, okay, so what you're trying to so the motions are all wrong, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to amend the agreement that currently exists. So the motion needs to be that they want to amend the agreement. But I would just like to put out there that we have spent a significant amount of time on this. This is our community. This is a nonprofit organization that they need to know where they stand and what their future is before they make investments. And it's a significant investment. And it brings tears to my eyes when you were talking about your experience as a coach, because as a parent for years, I have experienced that with my kids in the Acreage Athletic League programs. And I'm very proud of our community for having that. It is a value in our community. So again, I would like to reassert or marry, because these motions that they have are not what they are asserting it is. And I'd like to go back to the original motion that I put on the table, or maybe they can withdraw their motions. We call the vote.
well, I don't know. I believe you just said that I want to extend the probationary period by 1 year. Is that what you just said?
Well, it's
But
not clear because it says
I
an
didn't say
extension
that.
of 1 year. So is it an extension
but
of the probationary period or an
No.
extension? Because
By the original agreement.
to a 1 year.
probationary period is good,
Right.
but I want to modify the contract to 1 year and then add
Okay.
extension.
No, I don't agree with that. Personally, I think it's a slap in the face. I think that, look, I don't want to rehash, but we've made some bad decisions with respect to the nonprofits in our community as of late. And I think when you entered into this agreement in good faith, we said, we're putting you on a probationary period, which I don't think should have ever happened in the first place, but that's my personal opinion, and we did it. Now we have successfully completed that 1 year, and we're going to turn around and say, nah, we're going to amend this agreement for another year. I don't support that. I think we have to stand. We need to be able to enter into agreements with our community in good faith. And when we do things like this, it is not in good faith. There is a significant
that's not
investment.
accurate.
Oh, excuse me, I'm talking.
I know.
These residents, these volunteers have made a significant investment in our community and in these programs, and they give up time they're not compensated for, they're not recognized for, and they put up with a lot of stuff. And I personally just think that you guys need to amend your motion to say exactly what you're saying, that you're either amending the agreement or that you would like to amend the agreement to extend the probationary period. But I want it on the record that I absolutely disagree with, and I remove my second on your motion for the 2 year.
So as you're saying, this is a slap in the face. This is not a slap in the face at all. And when you talk about good faith and what these people do, I coached for years. Okay.
You wouldn't, the way you
Wait, put your microphone on.
the way you treat the Acreage Athletic League, you would not know that you actually have volunteered your time to this.
Could you be
community.
specific on how I treated
Yeah.
the Acreage Athletic League?
Personal, and it should not be. Let's keep it.
Well, I will, but
Let's keep it
you make an accusation like that. How have I treated the Acreage Athletic League? Please be specific.
The record has already been recorded.
Which record?
You show.
Please
Go
tell
back
me.
to the meetings and the discussions and the attacks. It's all on
Attacks?
record. Yes.
What attacks?
He wasn't here.
Go watch the videos.
Okay,
for
enough,
God's-
Okay.
enough,
Thank you.
enough,
Thank you.
enough.
Can I add something that we're doing for the community also? So in addition, which I feel that a longer user agreement in place would assist us. We now have created, or we're creating a committee to go out for grants so that the kids and the underprivileged kids that do not get to play because of cost, and we're setting up scholarships for these kids through donations and through grants, military grants that we're looking for, and grants through sports companies. I really feel that with a longer user agreement, regardless if it's can be terminated, would be in favor of AAL, especially since some of them are 2 or 3 or 4 year grants.
Mr. Hanson, thank you.
Yes.
And then Frank.
If I may, again, I'm not here to advocate for the applicant or for not taking any sides here, but in order just to move this on, because I've been dealing with this for 5 years now. So is there a way that in December or January, if there are any issues in this upcoming December 26th or January 27th, there are any issues where there could be cause, not with their management structure, just cause with where they're not meeting deadlines or doing anything like that, we come back to the board and report on that. Or any one of you could do it in November. You could do it in March of next year, where any board member can say without cause, we want to end this. So again, I'm not trying to take sides. I'm just trying to get to a resolution here. So we can move on. And
Thank
that's
you.
for the board to consider, but I don't think that should not affect the agreement substance, because I think you're gonna affect the term of the agreement, it has to get probably back to their board. And so, but again, I'm not trying to take sides.
Right, because so what he's saying is because the original agreement was, if you do this 1 year and you operated to satisfaction, we will give you the 4. So to say now that we're gonna cut back on the 4, we have to go back to the drawing board, basically, and start the whole entire agreement over again. And right, which means meeting with their board again and starting all over again. Mr. Palin?
This is an agreement. It's currently in place. It has not expired. The terms of the agreement are stated in section 3.01.
Mhm.
Those were the terms the board established last April. The recommendation that was on your staff report, I think is accurate. You know, when I was discussing this with Mr. Lawrence, the decision that the board established for itself is that they would, within basically a year, determine whether the performance was satisfactory during this probationary period. If not, then the board should make a motion to terminate the agreement on July 1st.
Right.
Or for one reason or the other, either for cause or without cause.
Right.
If the terms have been satisfied and the board as a majority concludes that their performance has been satisfactory during this first year, the contract says the next term is 4 years. That's the contract. Now, if AAL wants to voluntarily renegotiate the terms of their contract, they can do that at any time. But if the gentleman is not agreeing tonight, then there's no basis for renegotiating the contract. The board should take action to either determine that it's a satisfactory performance or no
it's
further
not.
action is necessary, or vote to terminate
Understood.
for whatever reason, for either.
Mhm.
Can I make this easier? No, just respect to Supervisor Vassalotti, but at this point, I'm going to remove my second to his motion. We'll put the original motion back on. I think
Withdraw the third.
yeah, the third, so withdraw the third motion, withdraw my second motion to Supervisor Vassalotti. I think because we have the backing of if there's with cause to cancel within 30 days or without cause, 120. That gives us, if there's some foul play that we're seeing, or they're not matching their dates, which I don't think we've had that issue, have we, in the past year? They've come up with their insurance appropriately.
Correct.
We've had, the schedules have been okay.
It,
Scheduling is.
everything's working out.
Okay, we're learning. I know there was a bit of a learning curve at the beginning of the football season, but I think we're all starting to move forward through it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm fine with 4 years. I think it's fine to do the 4 years. I think it's fine as long as we have those two, which we already have it plainly in there. I've met with the board, with a few board members. I think there's a couple of them on there that really have very good, I don't want to say that. I'm gonna retract that. I just think you guys are working well together. So, keep moving forward, keep making your progress, keep putting out a good league. See if you can bring baseball back here. I'd really like to see our fields used. I know I keep saying that.
I think we were
but
talking about that in January, right?
I would really love to see something going on here, even if they're weekdays. I know there's Hardwood Park. I know, I think they just rolled their eyes because there's no parking.
That's okay. We'll get a bus.
I don't know. I've said this a million times. My kids grew up playing baseball there. It's heartbreaking to go there at 10 o'clock on a Saturday and see that park.
So I think we talked about that
So-
in January about softball and having tournaments here with baseball.
Yeah, I would love
And
to
it was
see some
something-
action
so
going on.
Press box that we were talking about, yes.
I would love to see some action. So I'm withdrawing my third motion and I'm redirecting my second to Supervisor Vassalotti. And we'll go with Supervisor Argues first and Supervisor Johnson second.
So one more time, Scarlett, sorry, you're gonna change that back to Betty and Michael.
Okay, well, is the first substitute motion still on the table?
No, we're
Back
back
to
to
the
the
original.
original.
Somebody else wants to second it, does she second?
But oh yeah.
So where we are right now?
Does someone want to substitute or second your substitute?
Does anybody want to substitute supervisor? Or a second?
Second.
Right.
So if there's no second, it fails. Then you go back to the original motion.
Did you want to?
Sorry.
Okay.
So now we're back to the original motion, which is to approve it with, for the 4 years. Supervisor Argue and Supervisor Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah, that little arrow that goes, right? If only it was that simple. Well, let's do this because while she's,
Is that the right motion?
No.
no, no,
Right, so the
Period.
record is accurate there, that there was a substitute motion, there was no second. So we're voting on the motion.
The first
the
original motion. Okay, so now you push it again.
So my motion is to approve the successful completion of the 8th grade athletic leagues, nonprofit athletic user agreement probation. Actually, just leave it at that. According
That's
to
correct.
the agreement.
That's correct.
that we made a year ago.
And if the board votes for that, then no further action is necessary.
Okay. So let's call the vote. Michael, did you vote before you walked away? Okay. All right. Okay, very good. All right. I'm good. Okay, motion passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Keep up the
appreciate
good
it very
work.
much.
Keep an eye on everybody. Keep it tight. Make sure the schedules get set in.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
100%. We
Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. It is, we'll call it at 20 after, so 28:25. 8:25, we'll be back. Start again, please. Please, guys, but in the back. Thank you. All right, we are on 11.2. Consider equestrian adopt a trail sponsorship program. I'm looking for a motion to approve adopt a trail sponsor program, subject to staff and legal review. Okay. Do we have any cards, Scarlett?
No.
Where's Michael?
Nobody is raised their
Okay,
hand up
thank
for
you.
Zoom either.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
basically, the Equestrian Advisory Committee, they have a couple of different things that they're working on. One is the Adopt a Sign, which I believe we've already passed that, and now we're on to Adopt a Trail. I think it's going to be very minimal cost to the district. It's more just getting people to volunteer to help us keep the areas clean. And the committee would like support from the board on that.
Excellent. So this is gonna be the same fee as the Adopt a Road. If somebody wants to adopt a trail, we'll put the sign. I know the signs are very inexpensive. I think it's a good way to get the community involved and getting some trails done and cleaned up. So do we have a motion? We have a motion by Supervisor Farrell, a second by Supervisor Argue. All in favor? Michael, you want to vote? We're adopt a trail. Adopt a trail. You missed the whole conversation. Okay, perfect. We're good to go then. Yes, please vote. Yes, okay, see that passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, on to consent, and before we approve. Yeah, so before.
we get to that, can I just, I have a question.
Yeah.
Because it seems, I think you changed the format of the agenda. So we have supervisors welcoming remarks, and then before we even talk about the agenda, we've got supervisor business for discussion only. And traditionally, that was always used for if there's things that come up during the meeting that we have questions for, or we want to ask for, or we want to, like even during public comment, there was a request for a letter. So now where it's located, it doesn't.
We're losing that,
we're
right?
losing
And I
that.
understand that. And we talked about moving it, and last I heard, Mr. Hanson was waiting for everyone's edits or suggestions on the rules and procedures where that was being changed, and that's why we haven't brought that back. I don't know. I mean, I gave mine. I don't know if everybody else has.
I wasn't
So-
aware that anybody was waiting for input. I thought that it was already adopted. So
No,
I
so
just-
that's why in order to move it, we've got to adopt that policy. So
but it wasn't,
get with,
it wasn't there before. Supervisor
it's
business.
been
used to
like
be
this
below.
for like a long time, not a long
Okay,
time, but
well-
it's been, right. So we were looking to move it after public comment, but we couldn't do that. So we need to adopt the rules and procedures. So if everybody would please yeah, I have. So if everybody would please take the time, get with Mr. Hanson on this, whatever you want to add, delete, whatever your notes, he is going to specifically state who changed what, who would like to see what, and then this way we can adopt that and then get that moved back. So there we are with that. But
Okay,
yeah,
so-
we could still, I mean, if you need to say something, of course, we could still discuss
Okay,
something.
just my personal opinion is that it should be like towards the end after staff presentations, because there's a number of things that we might be reminded about. And specifically last week, there was something on the consent agenda or the last meeting, and I had made comments that referred to the surplus equipment, and then forgot to request that be pulled. So I have something regarding that I want to bring up, and have the board be aware that I asked Mr. Hanson to please hold on to that for further discussion, because we haven't approved we approved a bid, we have not approved the contract. And we haven't addressed how we're addressing mowing for the rest of this year. And apparently we don't have enough equipment but we're getting rid of 5 mowers on the surplus. So I want to, there's a number of little things like that, like the letter and that I want to talk about. So if we can, let's have some time before the reports to
Okay.
just address some of those housekeeping items.
So let's discuss now the 12.3, the cabinets.
Are we going to do the consent agenda first? It looks like
It's it doesn't, yeah, the order of that doesn't matter. Right, this is its own, so.
Yeah, except that it comes up the first one first.
All right, well, we can do that.
I'll make-
However you, okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda and a second. All in favor? And this is obviously without 12.3 as we move that to regular. Okay, passed 5-0. So now 12.3, the cabinets on Hamlin and Mandarin.
So the reason why I pulled this is because, as you know, this is a problem area that I brought up at the meeting before, and I've brought it up many other times. Some of the issues there may be resolved now that we have a 4-way stop, but at the same time, the issue isn't about the speed on Hamlin. It's about when you're at Mandarin going north, looking right, you can't see with the, whether there's a car flying down that's gonna, yes. And because there's equipment there. So I'm trying to understand, because I specifically requested that we have those boxes moved. And if there's no permit, it would seem to me that we still have some sort of legal authority to request that those be relocated elsewhere. So now we're going to be approving something else in addition to what's already there. And I think that that is problematic. And so I don't support doing this until we understand exactly what we can and can't do. And, the other thing is that I'm not clear on here. It looks like there's a red mark over here. Are they putting the boxes over here? This poor person is going to have about 10 boxes across the front of their property. And I thought we had adopted some time ago a limit on the number of 2. Yeah. So again, there's already like 4 or 5 there. Then we're going to approve 2 more. So anyway, Jay, can you speak to that?
Yes, and we can certainly come back with more. And it's been a while since I looked at this. There are existing 4 cabinets. The criteria is you have to be able to see if you are 14.5 feet back from the travel lane, from the edge of pavement. So the criteria for American Association of Safety and Highway Testing, as well as FDOT, are met by the criteria as specified. AASHTO also says if you can get 18 feet, that would be good, but the requirement is 14 feet. So if somebody pulls up where the front of their car is at the edge of pavement, you can see. If you stop at the stop sign, which is well behind the edge of the road, you can't see, but that's not the criteria. As you stated, I lost my train of thought.
Jay, I would also like to add that, as you can see here, the engineer drew a side triangle.
Right.
And you can see that it's completely out of the side triangle. And then the other thing that was discussed for this particular property, there's no cabinets. The cabinets are actually to the left in another property. So I know our policy states that you can only have 2, and I make sure of that only 2. And then this is actually, and if you look on the bottom, you see it's 173.92 or 173.92 does not have a cabinet there. So it meets both criteria.
Yeah, this is the criteria is 2 per lot. There are 4 on the existing lot. This is not the lot that has the 4. This is adjacent to it.
It's a lot that doesn't have any.
Yeah, the statement that we don't have a permit, let me clarify that I looked through my records, which goes back through the previous engineer. We don't have any record of a permit being pulled. However, I will tell you that in the late 90s, that's when the permit criteria that was developed. Before that, the district administrator was issuing permits, and before that, permits, to my knowledge, were not even issued. So do we have rights to tell people to move cabinets that were placed prior to that criteria? So I'm not sure that I can tell you that the engineer, does not have a record of a permit being issued for those cabinets. That doesn't mean that an executive director, well, I'm sorry, it was district administrator at that time, didn't write a letter of approval. We haven't done a research through Indian Trails records to show that. Certainly, if you would prefer that we get into more detail, and as Mr. Badalati said earlier, now that it's a four-way stop, you don't have an approach speed. If somebody's going to run the stop sign, there's going to be an accident. You can't give the sight distance, which is a couple hundred feet across a lot. So we can bring this back if you like. It does meet criteria. It's on the adjacent lot. And as Danny just said, you can see the site triangle in the diagram, and the proposed work is outside of that site triangle. Now, I also stated last time that height doesn't matter. In the criteria, it does matter. You have to be able to see an object 2.5 feet high. However, I ignore that criteria, quite frankly. And if it's a rabbit running across the street at 6 inches high, I say that violates the criteria. So the way that we evaluate sight distance does not consider the height of the object you're looking at. Just, it's got to be clear no matter what. So relative to the established, published, and accepted criteria, even the existing cabinets, and I'm not arguing with you that whether that's right or not, it does meet those criteria.
However, we do have the authority to adopt policies that are more restrictive than the standards that you're talking about. And I thought that, we had a very full-throated discussion about this and had amended our policy so that we would never be in this situation, but that we weren't going to go around and require that changes be made unless there was an identified problem and location. And this is an identified problem and location. And like I said, it may be resolved with having a four-way stop sign. However, I'm not confident because, like you said, you're set back from the edge of pavement and you're basically level with where those cabinets are. And if a car is coming from the east, you could if you can't even judge whether or not they're going to stop. So anyway, and we have the other situation at Tangerine and Mandarin, which is it's looking to the south. It's on the south side, the southeast side, right? And it's the same situation. And I've been there numerous times when I was taking my kid to school, and cars are flying down there, speeding through the school district because our markings are not very clear there either. And, almost getting T-boned because somebody is doing well over the speed limit. And you can't really see them until you're already out there. So I just, if this is the second lot in, is that what you're saying? Is that it's not the
first.
It's the second one?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's fine. I don't have a problem approving it, but I still don't want to drop the issue of the cabinets that are on the corner there. And you know, if the board has to make some sort of determination that this is just not acceptable anymore and request that they move it. And if it's AT&T, we do have some leverage because, hey, you want to put these other cabinets here. Maybe at the same time, you can address these other ones, and they may not all be AT&T. They may be other, yeah.
And you know, it's possible if these went in that long ago, it might not have been so much of an issue back then,
But it is now.
but it is today.
I also want to mention that I was in touch with the engineer, and the other cabinets are scheduled to be removed. He mentioned something that this is a new technology, so the other cabinets are going to be removed. He was pressed for time. I guess this project is a little behind schedule, so he asked me to. I had told him to make the corrections and mark them to be removed, but he really needed to get this project done. So that's why I put it on the agenda. But they're going to be removed.
Let me
You could have told us that like 20 minutes ago, but okay, thank you, Danny.
That doesn't address the others. Let me suggest to you that we do not have as part of the policy the 18-foot setback. Lights are blinking.
The lights.
Yeah, we don't have as part of the policy either the 14.5 or the 18-foot setback. So let me lay out the site distance with both, show it to you. And if you, as you said, you can adopt criteria that is more stringent. If you go too stringent outside of guidelines, you could be challenged. But the 18 feet is something that AASHTO does publish. So let me come back to you. I'll come back with this. I think you mentioned 3 or 4 other intersections too. I don't have them written down, but we will look at those intersections, see what the 14.5 and the 18-foot show. And if you want to adopt as part of the policy, then you will have it written and we can enforce it.
Yeah. And I know we've done this a couple times. The last time that we looked at the policy, we made some amendments. We actually identified a bunch of locations that we had driven around and had identified these are problem locations. And I know when Carol was on the board, we had done it at that time too. There were some problems and we had asked that they be addressed. But you know, as these lots get developed that are vacant right now that have like 6 and 7 cabinets in front of them. And quite frankly, I think that it could be affecting the ability for some people to be selling those properties. So, but it's going to become more of an issue.
I would definitely, I think one of the concerned areas is Banyan and Keyline.
Yep.
I know there was a T-bone accident just recently there, and people were mentioning in that post about that box being blocking the vision there. So that's a good one to look at too.
Okay.
Okay, we will look at it, and rolling stops don't count.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I know quite often I'll come to Banyan and Keyline to make the left. And I'm trying to think why the vision is so hard. I don't remember if it's because of AT&T's lot is so overgrown that it blocks, but you have to really creep forward to see when you're making that left. So I'm heading south on Banyan, going to make a left and head east on Keyline. I'm trying to remember if it's the landscape there that blocks or if there's some sort of box or something there, but there's something there that you have to really reach around to see.
One of the things that, especially on the narrower right-of-ways, we don't have safe site corners. Our lots are square. So it typical is a 25-foot cord, but you don't want to get into eminent domain, I don't think.
I do have a question on that because I do see some lots that do the 45-degree cut and then others that go. So there's no policy, just that's people's decision, or was it when they were putting the fence up?
These lots were platted square with straight easements. When a county gets involved, they require a 25-foot cord. And sometimes the county might enforce that, although they don't really have the authority to say that.
Yeah.
But the county has forced the 25-foot cord, the 45-degree cord.
Yeah, so it's a hit or miss. So again, on that same corner, there's one on the north west corner, that one goes fully to this, almost to the sidewalk.
Most of ours do.
But then if you're driving there, you see that a lot of them are at that 45-degree angle. So I was noticing that recently, so.
We will bring back a description and make a recommendation. And
Thank you.
maybe the 18-foot will satisfy most of the needs.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, and all in favor? Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, staff presentations.
So just quickly, probably, I'm guessing it'll be in August. We'll at the August board meeting, we did receive a water petition. There's a policy where it has to come to the board and of supervisors, and then it goes to the Palm Beach County Water Utilities, and it's for West Hamlin Boulevard, basically from Hall. Let me throw the map up here so you can see it. So this is, give me 1 second. So right here is North Lake. This is Hall Boulevard. And then this is Hamlin. So the request would be from this, from Hall Boulevard going west to the canal. And it was submitted and signed, so we'll provide all that information. I don't have it tonight, but I'll certainly be providing that to you. Your staff will, not the June 22nd meeting, but probably the August meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, county water.
In the quarter mile streets like that, where do they usually put the line in our right away?
Yeah, it would probably go in, it usually goes in the swale, and if it crosses a canal, it goes underneath the canal.
How
I'm
deep
not sure how many feet underneath the.
How deep do they usually go in the swales?
Water main is 6 feet up, 6 feet, 30 inches of cover. So whatever the swale is, you got to go minimum 30 inches.
And that's it.
That's it? Okay. All right, and so moving on to 13.1. Notice of RFP, RFQ and grants.
I believe we had mentioned that this Sunday we are putting the RFP out, but I believe Ms. Argy had a question or you wanted to make a comment about contract or RFP going out. Then you said something earlier. The one that's going out this Sunday is for mowing M2, M3.
Oh. No, it relates to
The surplus.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah,
right, the
yeah.
tractor surplus, I'm sorry.
Okay, so all right, so we have, that was the only one we had for that. So
Madam Chair,
Betty, you want to oh,
Just-
sorry.
we are about ready to publish the bid for the Santa Rosa Groves pump station.
Yes.
Excellent.
We got the final electrical plans and we should have the permits.
Okay,
We do have the permits.
I was gonna say, we already have
We
the
already
permit.
have the permits.
Yeah.
So it's
but
gonna be.
we should be coming out with the bids shortly.
Okay,
So, maybe Mary, you can, give your little statement that you wanted to give your update. Yeah. Yes.
Mary, turn your microphone on, please.
That I apologize. All right, so Ms. Aryu had made a request with regards to the procurement procedures for the purchase that was discussed at our March board meeting. So I went ahead and I contacted the auditors. I wanted to make sure that everyone knew that I made contact with them to get their opinion on what they thought should be done. And I told this to Betty just recently. And they just got back with me today. They've been involved with the audit and whatever. So, but they, for their audit purposes, they didn't think really it was applied to them in performing the audit. But as part of the review process, that they felt that that it did not show a material weakness with the procedures that we were following. However, as part of that, if in fact, so number one, I didn't get the response that I was looking for, so I could give a proper response to everybody. What we really need to do, and the process is impacted by the ERP process that we're doing. So we're going to work with Raquel, and we're speaking with her, and that try to come up with a review to make sure that it's in compliance with the new procedures coming into effect. We want to make sure that that anyway affected the procedures that we had. If not, we can certainly go back and look at procedures so that everybody's comfortable with the process. So that's what we're going to do, and we're going to work with Raquel in following up on those comments and requests.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to be clear, we haven't adopted a change in any process.
We do, I concur. I
Okay.
concur that we did have certain resolutions appointing signatories on the district financial accounts. And she and I have spoken, and we'll get clarification to make sure. That's why I was talking about if we did implement any procedures in the process. And since these were done with the ERP, did that impact this? If it didn't, we'll be able to report back. And if there's greater control requested by this board, we can do that. So that's where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there was a request made at the last meeting. It was brought up again by Ms. Pia requesting, and I believe the acreage landowners had requested this as well, a letter regarding the Seminole Orange HCA project regarding their hours of operation. But I believe they're coming before the county commission soon, and they're also requesting a waiver on the buffer and the boundaries. And all of those things were put in place when they got the land use change for that project. And, as it always happens with these commercial projects, they get the approval, they get the land use change, they get the zoning approval, and then they keep coming back. And by the time it's done, it looks nothing like what they promised. And certainly it's that project is very different from what it started out. But what I'd like to point out is that there were public benefits that were supposed to be in there. And I'm sorry, I don't believe that a square with a bench in front of a emergency room counts as a public meeting area that was envisioned by our community when that commercial area was first approved. But furthermore, it does not meet the zoning requirements and setbacks and buffers, and it also violates what the community wanted, what the community had requested. And in addition, the neighborhood plan and the vision that was there. And so while some of these things are not within the authority of Indian Trail, what has been within the authority of Indian Trail is that we provided a permit and we had agreements, which still, has that been resolved yet? The outstanding issues? Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
So,
There's a reservation fee for utility, for drainage.
so do they even have, they're not, their drainage permit is part of the whole project? Or is it?
I made a mistake. It's utilities. This was a holdover from when Indian Trail was
Right.
providing utility service.
Right. So, And have we provided with them with a legal letter asking and demanding for that, or are we just gonna?
They receive bills. I think the district has been on a regular basis billing the entity that got the original approval, which now they are the successors to that original entity.
So is this something that we can bring to the county's attention? Because they're actually approving something and the overall site plan and commitments that were made have not been met. So I'm trying to get to, is this something that we can include in a letter to the county as well as some of the other concerns regarding being opposed to boundary changes and buffers and hours of
Yes.
operation? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, can we get that done like quickly? Because when is that meeting? It's June.
June 23rd, but I'm not positive. There may be one prior to that.
So it's too late to wait till then.
They're also looking for a change in their agreement to run an ambulances, which are now allowed to go to and from west.
Yeah. Right, so it's okay, Pia. So one of the things that's in there is they're requesting a change on their actual ambulance contract and transport, okay? But specifically in the conditions, it says that they're not allowed to have any overnight parking. But yet we know that if they're running an ambulance service and transport, that they're going to be parking ambulances overnight. And as obviously, if you're working 24/7, it's going to be there. So anyway, so that's the request.
All right. So exactly again, what is the request that you are speaking about? What is the change in the ambulance contract that you're worried about? And when you mentioned setbacks, and I heard something about, was it open at night? You guys don't want it open, or is it lighting?
Opposed to it being there altogether because it's not appropriate. It's adjacent and closer to residential properties than it was than it should be.
Is there
And-
fencing and trees and all that being in
Well,
place?
they're requesting waiver on some of those things. So
Right, we haven't even seen any of this.
They're going to be presenting to the landowners association while we're in Orlando.
right. And just for-
Jammed in on 6 acres instead of 10.
just for the record, they actually were not going to meet with the landowners, but they kept pushing to get an update. Another thing that's required.
They're trying to bypass.
So, in addition, they owe us money. That's the big thing, and we should be charging interest. Are we charging interest every time we send them a bill?
We will, yes, yeah. I don't think we have the authority to put a lien, but we can see about, I'll have to work with legal to see what the parameters are for any interest. I'm not sure, because that would have been covered maybe in the agreement, original agreement with them, so I'll take it.
Which goes back many years, decades.
It was 14 years ago.
All right, so you said you don't want it, it's coming. So what were your specific in the letter? What, be specific what you mean?
Okay, so they told us, yes. They told us when they were here for the presentation that they cannot, even though they were asserting previously, because I called it out, you cannot make a promise that you're not going to have your lights on because there are certain requirements and you're entering onto a county roadway you are required to have your lights on. So you can't be standing here and telling people that you're not going to have your lights on and your sirens. And it is not.
Are you talking about, are you talking about ambulance lights and sirens, or are you talking
Yes.
about?
Yes.
Would you like me to chime in on that?
Okay, look, I already stated for the public record what my position is on this, and when they presented, I'm not here, Indian Trail is not here to be making decisions that are fire rescue, okay?
Then why are you want to let?
This is about.
This isn't fire rescue.
This is about our community and the issues about where things are appropriately located. We already have one going in on North Lake. We have one going in on Seminole Pratt, and the community has objected to this. But furthermore, it does not meet the requirements. It was never part of the discussion when that whole thing was being approved. And we're bending ourselves in a or the county is bending themselves into a pretzel to make this fit in a residential area where it should not be.
Okay.
Okay.
As I said,
you can disagree with that.
It's coming. There's nothing you can do
You can
about
say
it.
that.
It's coming. And you, like I said in the past, be careful what you wish for, because next thing you know, it could be something else way worse. It could be. And so, and when you say this isn't fire rescue and we're talking about sirens at 11:30 at night and lights and sirens and stuff, the ambulance in and out of there will be absolutely so minimal, just like it is in Westlake. It is absolutely minimal. The lights and sirens you're hearing is not from the ER in Westlake. It won't be from this. It is from fire rescue and the amount of people that have moved out here. That's it. And you can't, if there's a critical patient that needs lights and sirens, state statute says when your lights are on, your sirens are on. That's not, I know people don't always do it that way. And possibly if it's a lights and sirens situation, it's a critical patient that it ends up going to that ER, I'm thinking more than likely fire rescue is going to be called to transport out of there.
That's the ambulance contract that Palms West have.
I don't know how they're going to transport critical patients with a two-person ambulance.
Or for, I think we probably, is that more for transport of like, okay, this person needs more than just what this satellite emergency room is?
I mean, you could,
Would it be more of like a transport? Like my son went to Palms West and they didn't have a doctor to care for him, so we had to do a medical transport to St. Mary's. So is that similar to what this facility would be doing?
I don't see fire rescue bringing somebody that's.
fire rescue is not bringing people there.
No.
They may take somebody from there. They're not taking anybody there.
Themselves.
Yes.
There.
The benefit of this ER is actually will help fire rescue run less calls. And so, for instance, you may have somebody that fell and sprained their wrist and they don't want fire rescue, or they'll call 911 for something like that. But now that this is there, they may not. Or on the flip side of that, you may have a person, and I've seen it a lot of times, and they have chest pain and they have shortness of breath, and their doctor, they want to go to their doctors, but it's late at night. They don't want to go to the hospital, and they wait and they wait and they wait and they wait until it gets really bad. And then they call us. And then I said, why didn't you call sooner? I didn't want to bother you. I would have preferred to go to a doctor. And then they would go to an ER such as this, especially if it's right down the street. Then fire rescue will come and take that person away. But it will help with the minor emergencies, and that a lot of people will just drive there instead of fire rescue. So you could potentially get less sirens from fire rescue, and people will go there and they'll wrap them up and they'll say, you need to go see an orthopedic and here's your referral and or something of that nature. They might need minor stitches, and instead of calling fire rescue.
Can I
they
speak?
may just go there and get stitched up. You know, you'd be surprised what people will call us for, and they shouldn't.
Would it be?
However, they will go to something like that, and it could reduce fire rescue call volume, which in turn will help us out here when it'd be better that our rescue from this fire station right here is not at somebody's house who needs stitches and they want to ride when they could have just gone there themselves because, I don't know, somebody ran a stop sign at a two-way stop, and now this rescue is babysitting somebody, so to speak, when they could be handling, you could roll the dice a million different ways, but yes, we want one more second, Pia. This is a benefit for the community. Believe, I know you guys don't like it. I know you don't want it, but this will eventually save somebody's life. It's going to happen. And because it's there.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pia, hold on. This is not, we've already had public comment.
I know.
The
I just
reason
want
why
to
I'm talking
respond
about
to
this
the
is because
things
you
that he
requested.
said
Yeah.
will not be emergencies. Those are urgent care, and they will not be paid for by your insurance company as an emergency. So if any of those things that Richard mentioned, you went there for, your insurance will not cover that, which is the reason that they have to have a sign on these facilities that say, this is an emergency room. This is not an urgent care. So if you have something that is not a true emergency, that your insurance isn't going to cover it there. The other thing is that you will then be transported. If you have a real emergency, you cannot be admitted there. You will then have a second transport. So if you came with fire rescue, you will then have a second transport, which will likely, yes, because they can't stay overnight.
It's not taking anybody there, Pia.
Who's not taking everything?
Fire rescue. They're not transporting.
But they can't respond to any.
If fire rescue takes somebody there, it would be the most minorest of minor things.
Which they should.
Which will have a better turnaround time. So I apologize when I said fire rescue won't be taking anybody there. It's possible. However, the turnaround time to get back in service where they don't need to go to a main emergency room, right? And they can go from right here to right there.
But that person
They're
shouldn't
back in
be there.
service.
That person should be in an urgent care, which is what we need in that area and what we've asked HCA to consider. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have a point.
But
Dr.
thank you, Pia.
As an example, my daughter-in-law tore her ACL at the park here. If she could have been taken right to a facility, Westlake or here, that puts that a 5-minute bus ride from the park to the emergency room.
Yes.
And then they immediately drop that patient off and they're turning around and they're getting back in service. So
Correct.
instead of taking a ride all the way, because she was taken to Wellington. So instead of taking a 30+ ride over to Wellington, she's getting a 5-minute ride and that bus is getting put right back into service out by us. So.
You mean the rescue?
Correct, yeah. So, and believe me, I get what you guys are saying. I think it's kind of asinine that a hospital wants to put another facility out here. We have one, like you said, Westlake, another one's going Avenir. I think we've much better for, right, but I think we'd much benefit for an urgent care. Most definitely. I know I would use an urgent care out here instead of having to drive to Southern or Northlake. So if they're listening, maybe they could revise that. But yeah, so there's a reason why they want to do it and
that's why
yeah,
the limitation on the hours. So.
You know, and another thing is you're let's just say you're just driving down the street, right? And all of a sudden you have crushing chest pain, comes out of nowhere. The sweatiness, the diaphoresis, and the pain down your arm and in your jaw, you know, I'm having a heart attack, and you're right there. I've walked into people's houses who look just like that, and they've dropped dead in front of us, and a ventricular arrhythmia that needs to be shocked, okay, like ventricular fibrillation, and to be able to do that immediately on somebody the likelihood of their survival is huge. So even having that right there, yes, I don't feel good. Something's not right. And the professionals know you walk in and they're gonna go, oh my gosh, get them in room 1. They put them on EKG. Next thing you know, they're given life support medications. They are gonna call fire rescue to transport them out. It's really, I understand, like, things have changed out here. Nobody likes it, right? If we could go back 30 years, that would be amazing. But it's changed. The area is so populated. And honestly, we need another fire station out here too. So, or two, in my opinion. Now, I understand, but it's going to be next to somebody. I'm just, yeah.
Right.
But you got certain response
Okay.
times and they need to be in certain areas.
So,
but,
so I
yeah.
requested a letter and I've stated the things and, so that's my motion. And, so-
Okay, the lights and sirens,
The lights out at 11:30, I think is
Right.
the rule.
yeah,
Did they change it when with
no waiver on
McDonald's?
boundaries or
Yeah.
buffer. And in addition to that, this does not fit what was in the original site plan, and what was, originally sold to the community on what was being approved for this site.
I'm fine with that.
So. If I may, because I was taking these while you're saying them, so just to be sure, so the noted 24 hours, lights out at 11:30 PM. The
The
ambulance lights, I'll have to look at that. Issue, yes, yeah, yeah.
Really, I think what I think we all agree, an urgent care would be more appropriate in the location. And many of the instances that you're talking about could be addressed either at the urgent care or the ERs that are already existing or coming. But if it was an urgent care, you're not operating 24 hours. You could operate until 11:30. And I think that's what the residents that live adjacent there, and with the landowners association feedback they've been getting from people is at the bare minimum, they shouldn't be allowed to operate past 11:30, between 11:30 and whatever, 5 o'clock.
My
So-
concern, though, with an urgent care on the flip side is we're gonna have a lot more traffic in and out, and that intersection is already a disaster. So kind of what Rich said, watch what you wish for, right? If we push too hard on this and we end up with the urgent care, I think we're gonna have more accidents because that corner can't accept another ingress and egress coming out of there because it's such a cluster. So that would be my only concern with that. But it's gonna be less traffic going to an ER. I think an urgent care, I've got a cold, I'm going to urgent care. Do I have COVID? I'm going to urgent care. I'm not going into an emergency room for that. You know what I mean? So I think it's like putting a restaurant there. We're gonna see a lot of traffic if a restaurant ends up there. So that would be my concern. I'm good with lights out at 11:30, major buffer for these people, a wall, whatever needs to be done. But I just feel like that corner can't handle another big business because I don't care even if they widen it, that right now you cannot get in and out of those plazas. Every day there's always an accident at that corner. That's our biggest accident prone spot. So I think that I do agree that this is not what we signed up for in the first place. The lights after 11:30, if they want to turn those back lights out, and the side lights, the eastern lights, so it's not disturbing those residents, because now they're a little bit closer than they should be. And the buffer, they've got to have walls and bushes. Yeah, yeah.
There was also inadequate public meeting area. We brought that up. No overnight parking, and then, I don't think it should be in this letter. I think we need.
A separate letter for the money.
letter for the
Yeah,
money to-
absolutely, I
that goes
agree.
To the county
Yeah.
as well, but goes directly to the landowner.
Yes, yes.
And we'll determine if, interest can be applied or not.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that if we're going to send it separate, that it's actually being included in the documentation that's going to the county staff and that are looking at this
So
because
they're aware that they owe us
Yes,
money. Yeah.
because
they
the
should be.
county is going to guarantee that they're getting their
Mhm.
fees
Mhm.
and their impact fees and everything else while we're being left with, not being paid what we should have been paid.
The light issue. Are we talking about lights behind the building specifically or the entire parking lot? I don't think we could read.
Light up the.
She read the application. There are the standard requirements that we have, like, for example, the Publix Plaza. If you look at the lights there, it's entirely different than when you look at the lights that were approved at the daycare across the street on Seminole Pratt, which looks like a runway lit up, okay? So I do think that on the lights issue, they have, they've addressed the downlighting, it's not lighting up the sky, all that kind of stuff. I think when they're talking about lights, it's actually more about no operation after 11:30. Oh, sorry, no operation after 11:30, because none of those businesses in there were supposed to be operating after 11:30. That's what was in the original approvals. And as time has gone on, people have forgotten about that. And it hasn't been enforced, but it's actually in the record.
Twice, it's actually confirmed twice before, and people that have come to the other things in that thought.
Yeah.
Was running until 2 a.m. They shut down now. Because they were bored.
Yeah.
Now they're back to the 11:30.
Yeah. So that was something that was promised to as a benefit, or not as a benefit, but when the residents said, you know, this is what we're looking for. If you're going to put this here, then at least, you know, give us this. Now, as it is with everything, people, you say it's coming, it may be coming, but we're going to hold people to what they promised and what was agreed to at the time that they got the agreement. I don't think we should throw in the towel and say, oh, well, it's happening and we're just going to let it all happen. That's, I'm not going to be a doormat for anybody. So I think we should be reiterating those things that they're important for our community.
Back on the lighting issue, is this parking lot lights or closing the doors at 11:30 and locking the facility up?
The lights are not the issue, it's the operation.
Okay, I am,
But the way that they address the observations in the NDP is with the lighting. That's why the lighting is what we're talking about. The other twist to this is that the freestanding, a standalone emergency rooms, the way that they put it into the land use, they must be open 24 hours. But at Orange and Seminole, they cannot keep anybody 24 hours. That may be everywhere. I'm not sure if that's certain on Seminole, but they can't keep people overnight. So they automatically have to transport you if you really are an emergency to the hospital. Just another thing.
I wish you were at the microphone when you said that, Pia. Because I would like to, because you've been attending these meetings. I want to hear that again. Can you say that at the microphone? Do you mind? Thanks.
The way that they changed the land use, they stuck the free standalone emergency rooms under medical offices. But medical offices actually close at 8:30 normally. But somehow in this land use change, they said that the freestanding emergency rooms must be open 24 hours, but they cannot keep patients overnight. So if you go there, you will ultimately, if you really are sick in an emergency, you will be transported to a hospital after they get you under, stabilized. And why they did it that way, it's crazy because they really have invited more of these into residential communities by doing that, by putting it under office, under the office, medical office category, which would be in residential areas, but would be closed by like 8:30 normally. So it's just a twist about the fact that they have to be closed, but they must be operating 24/7. It's really not a good fit in that area. That's all.
And that's been approved by the county?
No.
Not yet, but the meeting's coming up.
These changes in the food under medical law. But it hasn't been approved to happen at Seminole this far. They're asking for a waiver to get past the county's 11:30 deadline and the LEPD 11:30 restriction.
250 foot for the residents.
Right. That's what I was saying is that it does not meet the criteria, period. There are places where it would, there like, maybe the corner of North Lake and Seminole Pratt where they wanted to put another gas station. Maybe that's a better location for it, because then you're not completely adjacent to homes. This has got homes behind it and beside it. It's right there. North Lake. Yes.
Through the chair, through the chair, through the chair.
But nobody's,
If people keep talking with microphones, the Zoom's not picking it up and the recording will not pick it up.
They're gonna stop. We're all set, right?
Rich, I want to say, I think the things that you shared tonight are really valuable and it gives insight and it certainly gives me a pause to think about, okay, my position, right? But I also think these ladies that have been going to these meetings and have really delved into this have a lot of information, more than I do on this, because I have not had the time to really delve into it. I have the historical background in terms of what was originally approved and how they kept getting it. I was here at ITID meetings when they were trying to make the first changes to it. Okay. So, I don't think anybody is against safety or against helping people or having emergency care available. It's about where can we do this and ensure that it's done properly so that it's not actually impinging on the residential properties that surround it, their quality of life, but also, their values. Anyway, if you want to have more information about who the neighbors are and there's some issues there, then you should talk with Pia and Lisa and I think Bob. They have been talking to these residents and there's some unique situation there, but it doesn't matter. Any resident that's going to be there is going to be impacted by this actually being at that location. So anyway.
we're gonna have the same argument down the road when fire rescue says we're putting a fire station right here. Is that gonna come back up?
Which fire station at that location?
No, I'm just saying in the future, when fire rescue says we want a fire station here, or we want a fire station by the property that I believe you were opposed to.
I'm opposed to that location, but I think that there are appropriate locations where it belongs.
Right, but it's gonna be next to somebody.
It's going to be next to somebody, but there are appropriate locations where it belongs. And that's what I stated then, and I continue to maintain that, okay?
So I agree with almost everything you guys have talked about, the setbacks and all that stuff. I think they need to provide a appropriate barrier for the neighbors. We know this is coming. I cannot support closing this at 11:30 at night and what I know can happen. And I think it's a valuable asset for the neighborhood as far as life safety is concerned. It will save somebody's life one day, and it could be at 2 a.m. There are many, many times that we're out. The stations are out. We're running calls all night long. Doesn't happen, more in busier areas than out here, but this area has gotten very busy. And that's like in the past, you said, all I hear is sirens, but they're not from the Westlake ER. It's from Station 22. I do support, I appreciate you guys going to these meetings and informing us on this. I'm okay with the letter, except for the part about closing at night. I can't, in good faith. What's that? Yeah. I can't, we can try to do as much as we can with buffers and all that. And I really don't think that there's going to be a noise issue as you think there's going to be. There's going to be a lot more noise from right here next door to us than at that ER. That's my opinion.
Well, I moved to call the vote and so we can move on because I still haven't gotten through my little housekeeping list here.
Do we need a vote? Say the chair. I created an item and I have a motion there, so y'all can vote on it.
it's certainly better if you want to have it, but you can do it by consensus also.
Well, the voter's there, so. So Patty made the motion to send the letter, Betty second. Next not on. Patty made the motion to send the letter and Betty seconded it. All in favor? Okay, that passes 4-1. Betty, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I just have two more things. The surplus, I mentioned this earlier, that the surplus that was on the consent agenda last month. And when we had the discussion at the last meeting regarding the bid going out for the mowing, it was asserted that, well, we don't have to decide to do this, but we can put it out for bid and decide later. And so having said that, we have the surplus equipment. In particular, there's 5 lawnmowers on there. And we heard during the budget meeting yesterday that we don't even have sufficient mowers to for what we have in the budget right now if we were fully staffed.
Right. It's
which
my
is-
understanding that these mowers are basically junk.
Yeah, well,
Then not that they can be rebuilt.
apparently they aren't all junk and they're
Okay.
still usable.
Mr. Hanson, can you?
Yeah, I
Or,
can let Mr. Robinson, 'cause he did go out and look, but
Okay.
my understanding, yeah, those mowers, and I know at least.
'Cause
2
I
or
did
3
ask
of
about
them
this.
Are, we can't even put money into them because they won't run for Mr. Robinson.
Good evening again. Boy, it seems like we just did this last night. We did an evaluation of them with staff, with Greg and the mechanics, looked at them. They've been parked back there for months and months and months. Some of them been cannibalized for different parts on there. Then we got them operational so we could surplus them. But it's kind of like nobody wants to give up their toys. They haven't been used in a long time. We don't have the staff to run them. And the machines that if they can go out, they don't run very long. They're in good enough shape. They run, they're functional, but for how long? That's why we're putting them out for surplus.
Okay, what kind of mowers and so you're asserting today that all 5 of those mowers are junk. That's what you're asserting. They're not usable. They are junk.
For the district's purposes, yes.
Okay. And how much is it going to cost to replace them?
Them, I'd have to look to see what the current boom mower prices are going at.
They're boom mowers? All
Yes,
5
that's
of them?
correct.
All 5 of them?
Yes,
Okay.
they're the older ones that we've had dating back. I don't have actually, I could look on the list here. Hold on a sec. If you don't mind, please.
So, yeah, that's fine. Because the reason why I'm questioning this is that regardless of what we decide to do with the mowing contract or what we decide to do with the parks, if we decide, we don't want them maintaining all the other parks, we've put ourselves in a situation unbeknownst to me because we're always buying equipment and we don't have enough mowers to do what we have in our budget. So I don't know how that happened. Okay. In addition, and I stated my piece last night about the fact that we have 8 funded positions for mowing in stormwater alone with only 5 people, staff, and only 5 machines. So, and that, according to staff and according to my experience and recollection on how we did mowing, okay, is not sufficient to even serve the M1 basin. So, because we're in the budget planning session, I want to know how we're going to solve this because quite frankly, we haven't even decided whether or not we're going to bid the mowing out or whether or not we're going to award the bid for the mowing for the M2. And we certainly aren't in a position to be doing that for the M1 for this fiscal year But regardless, we're at July and our fiscal year doesn't start until October 1st. And even if we're going to look at the M1 basin right now, my understanding is we're looking at that for the next budget. So we got a year and a half to get through. We don't have enough staff and we don't have enough equipment, even if we had the staff, which we should be hiring for, in my opinion. So that's why I'm asking about it.
You have anything else while he's looking?
I got it pulled up. FM1 is a 2008. There's 5,300 hours on it. If I'm reading this correct. They got, oh, I'm sorry, 8,200 hours. Then we have FM2, there's even no year listed on that, 13,000 hours. So it just we've got a couple of flats and we've got some booms on here. They're all, if not close to, over 10,000 hours. And a lot of these were purchased after we brought it back in-house, sometime in the 2000s. So they range from 2008, 2009, 2005, 2005. So the machines that we have out there, there's numerous problems with them. The roofs are duct taped together. Every time it rains, they leak inside. It goes on with the air conditioning doesn't work great in them. So it's constant maintenance and upkeep and breakdowns every time they go out.
Okay, so FM1 says it's in working condition. And the rips in the fender, does that affect its running ability?
Rips in fender, no, but rips in the roof, yes.
Okay, so there's one that was noted that was in the roof. Tears in the seat, does that affect its ability to work?
No, that does not affect
Okay.
its
All right.
ability to work, no.
Okay, so
But we
unless there's.
we list the condition report
Mhm.
for the auction site.
All right. Anyway, I'm bringing this to the board's attention. I want you to be aware of it. It's an issue that we're not addressing in the current budget, and it's a problem that I was not aware existed. And so be thinking about that as we're talking about the budget. The last thing is, I understand the not back and forth. And, but I also understand from a resident perspective, feeling like they're not getting answers to questions or they're not being heard or what have you. And, something to consider that, what other places do to address that is that they have, an hour before the meeting, the formal meeting, where they actually have the public come in or you have it later. But it has to be when they can actually get here, physically get here. And even if we only did it once a month at our regular meeting, it gives them an opportunity to have a back and forth and ask questions and have a more informal discussion with people. Not on issues that are on the agenda, but whatever it may be. And I think that when people feel like they're having their questions answered, you're going to see maybe a little less issues with feeling ignored. So I just something to consider for the board.
Thank you. I like that idea. I don't know about a full hour, but I could see a half an hour. Yeah, yeah. And then what will end up happening, I think, is then it'll reduce the actual 7:30 public comment time because those issues have been addressed. So it's not a bad idea. Okay, excellent. We need a motion to receive and file 14.1 through 14.10, please. Okay, and I voted. Everybody please vote. Passes 5-0, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.